check it out. It's at Amazon, and it's called, like the show, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Now, let's get to the next reading. Jessica in Marion, Ohio. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. How are you? Hello?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I was moving the microphone and I hit the mute button, or as we like to call it,
Oh,
so gracefully, the sneeze button. I accidentally
oh,
hit that.
that's all right.
So nope, I didn't abandon you. How are you doing
Hmm.
tonight, Jessica?
I am absolutely wonderful. How about
Great.
yourself?
I'm doing great. I get so much energy doing this show. It just seems to pour right through the radio into into my headset, and I just feel great.
Uh,
What can what can I look
I
at for
can,
you?
um, uh, do, do you want me to ask like a question or,
Whatever you're
um,
comfortable with? What would you like to do? How would you like to do this? It's your time.
um, would you like to maybe pull a card for me
Okay.
in regard? Do I need to ask you a specific question when you pull the card, or I
No,
mean,
I can
there's,
just no.
okay,
I'll pull a couple of cards. How's that?
sounds great to me.
Okay. Well, this is a little. I'm a little concerned about this because I'm wondering now about. Has somebody been spreading gossip about you, or do you think that somebody might be saying things behind your back?
Um, I mean, maybe,
Well, because
um,
I'm
probably,
no. Go ahead, because
probably.
I'm getting cards that indicate this. Is if that's going on, we can
Uh,
look at it.
yes. Well, I mean, I guess it would be probably with my sisters.
Hmm. So
Uh,
what's going on there?
um, well, uh, I'm like I'm at a point at my life where I just want to find peace and I want to be happy and I want to focus on positive things
Hmm.
and I want to instill that in my kids. And um, my sisters are going in a direction that I'm not really so sure about, and I don't really agree with some choices that they are making in regards to like their parenting decisions with their children and just stuff like that because their kids are like daughters to me, and
Hmm.
so I kind of try to stay away from them because they give me like a negative energy, and I since my father passed away, things haven't really been the greatest between us, just because of what happened with that. And uh, it's taken me like 8 years to finally like let it go because it was so traumatic to me. And I kind of just like I try to keep the peace with them, but I don't want to be in their company, if
Well,
that
that's
makes
what
sense.
yeah, no, yeah, that see what I'm seeing. Well, the reason I brought it up, and I said it's kind of a delicate subject, that there's negativity, negative influences around you, and you're aware of it, so that's good. That's really, really, really good. There are things that you can do to protect yourself spiritually from negative energy. There are certain things that you can do that will. I mean, you can. I'd be more than happy to send you something. I mean, to send you something that would
Yeah, I
tell
mean, yeah, you,
to tell because
I would
there
love
like
that.
there are a thing called return candles, which will send a negative energy back to the person who sends it to you. Let me just see if I can find something here for you to do. Um,
'Cause what I've been doing is I've been really heavy into my Bible,
well,
and I
that's
kind of just been surrounding myself with light.
well. I'm glad that you mentioned that because what I want you to do, I've got something here that might be good for you. It's from the Book of Psalms, and you mentioned Bible, and I was going to tell you there's something you can do here. Um, on a piece of paper, and this goes for anybody listening. This is for when there's tension and not peace in families. On a piece of paper, this is an old ritual. You can put down the names of those people you're having this difficulty with on one side of the piece of paper. On the other side, write down the first, second, and third verses of the 98th Psalm. And put that under a blue candle and just let it burn for a few minutes, the candle, every day, and just think about the peace that you want to bring. Okay? That can be a very good help, because that'll send out positive energy, and it's directed. So you write the names on one side of the paper. If you can get parchment, that's even better, but you don't have to go that far. And then verses 1, 2, and 3 of the 98th Psalm. Okay? And you put them underneath a blue candle, under the holder, and burn the candle for a few minutes and just meditate on the situation, and picture light and picture good stuff coming. Okay? Because that'll help protect you a bit from the negativity. And then there are other things that you can do, banishing rituals and things like that. If anybody listening here too, also, goes, if you're interested, just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. asktarot@earthlink.net, and I can get back to you and send you some information. I'm pretty sure that I've got something about it at my website, magic-works.com, but there's like 106 pages there now. So I can't guarantee which one it is. But I can direct you if you send me something there. Or just take a look at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and take a look, because you might be able to find something there because negativity is a big thing that we all have to face. And, sensitive people can feel that. Yeah, I mean, you can feel it. Dogs can feel that. You know what I mean? And we can feel it too.
Yeah.
So you do that with the 98th Psalm, and you can protect yourself, and then look at this stuff about dispelling negative energy, and maybe look into a return candle if you think that there's actual negative energy being sent your way. Okay.
Okay.
That should be that should be a good way to help you.
Okay.
I will light a white candle for you tonight, and that'll send positive energy your way. How's that?
I really appreciate that.
Okay, so do that. And if you need any more information, again, remember, you can contact me through Ask One Radio, or just, go on a search engine, just look for Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net. It's a very old email. And I'll be happy to send you some information on other things that you can do. Okay? No charge for that stuff. It's on the house. I don't charge for things like that. Okay? So hang in there.
Yeah.
Let me just pull a couple of cards here now. Just, the star is here. That's a card of hope and optimism. And the 8 of Cups is here, which shows a person who is abandoning things in life that are not working and going towards things that are working. So, you're on that path. You mentioned it, that you're looking into growth spiritually, and that's good. And here's the Page of Swords, which tells me that there's a new way. You're thinking differently. Your way of thinking is changing. So that's good. So keep that up, and you'd have to protect yourself. When we change, it blows people's minds when we change. So you need to protect yourself. Okay?
Yeah.
I fully understand that. Don't hesitate to contact me anytime, okay?
Okay.
Thanks for
Is there
calling.
anything else that comes? Okay.
No, that's about it. I should move on, because that's the main issue that I see.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time, and you have a blessed and wonderful night.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Bye-bye now. We'll shuffle up the cards. Hey, we're coming to the half-hour mark here. What do you know, huh? Time flies. Like I say, it's up to you to be the navigator. Good night, right? What did I just end the show? Magical words, just ending the show, right? Oh, boy. So you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we answer the age-old question in life, what the heck was that? I always think that's the first question that people ask. that made us people. I mean, the first time a bolt of lightning hit a tree, and whatever the proto-human was that became a Neanderthal or whatever just said, "What the heck was that?" And we are asking that all the time. What was that? And of course, we're very lucky people, because today, instead of relying on high priests and shamans, we have scientists who always are right about everything. Oh boy, there's every once in a while I talk about Rupert Sheldrake, who is a scientist. He's a wonderful scientist. He's a true scientist. He's an actual scientist, and he did some fascinating work. You can look it up at his website. Just look for Rupert Sheldrake on whether or not pets know that we're coming home. He checked this out with dogs, and he varied the times of the owner coming home. He varied the method of coming home, so it's not like they hear the car from 2 miles away or something. And it always seems that the animal knew when the person was coming home, even when they came home at random times. It's a fascinating study. And he was presenting his evidence on a stage, and seated on the stage was the head of the prestigious British Scientific Academy, the Royal Academy of Science, I believe it was. And he asked the man, "What did you think?" And he said, "Well, I didn't pay attention to that." He said, "You didn't pay any attention to the evidence I gathered?" No, of course not, because it's quite impossible what you're talking about. And Mr. Sheldrake, who will live in my heart forever for this, he said to the head of the Royal Academy of Sciences, there's a word for people who make up their mind about something and ignore evidence. And he said, "Oh, really? What would that be?" He said, "Prejudiced." And of course, the guy turned all kinds of colors and scarlet face, and they said they were afraid he was going to erupt. But yes, that's what it was. So I think that we ought to view everything with a healthy dose of skepticism, and that includes so-called science. And use the last 3 years for your own evidence, right? So we're bypassing science in a way here. This is why I call it the magical window, because it lets us see things that is, because for science, if they can't measure it, it doesn't exist. Now that's ridiculous. How many pounds of love do you feel for someone? How tall is your hate of or anger? I know these are negative, but I'm not against negative emotions. We develop them for a reason. So as long as we don't live constantly in those, being constantly in a state of anger is as bad as being constantly in a state of bliss. So we're people, man. We're humans. We feel things. But how do you measure that? What's the intensity? How much does a thought weigh? Echo in Pollock Pines, California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing great. I've missed a few shows in the last few months, and I'm so glad to be back. What can I look at for you?
Love, if I could, please.
Love. Oh, okay. As soon as you said that, I cut the deck, and I have a card here with a big heart on it, but it's a sad card. It's a 3 of swords, and it's got swords piercing a heart. Did you recently have a bad relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's see what we can deal with that. The 7 of swords is here. That tells me that the person you were involved in was not being quite honest and open with you. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so, well, after that it gets good. Okay, after that comes the good stuff. I have the Knight of Cups that tells me that there's still going to be romance coming into your life. I have the Sun, which is about health and healing and growth and happiness. The World, assured success. What I'm just seeing here is that, something's coming your way. There'll be somebody else, but it's going to take a little time. I think this was kind of heavy-duty experience, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's going to take you a little time, and I don't think people understand that when a relationship. Some people don't, and I'm not talking about you personally because I don't know you, but there's some people who think that, well, that's that. That you broke up. Now what do? You're going to go see something. Sometimes you mourn, sometimes you grieve, sometimes it hurts because you had a lot going there. And see what I see now. Here's the Eight of Swords. You're kind of feeling tied up and restricted right now. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, that's going to change though, because we did have the health and healing and growth and happiness, and here's the world, which again I keep getting that card tonight, assured success. Now I told you there's something new coming your way in terms of affairs of the heart, which is indicated by the Knight of Cups, and the Eight of Rods is here, which tells me that it's going to be happening very soon. So if you're ready for it, jump. If you're not, there'll be more because things are going to be good for you. You're busy getting over what happened, and I think you'll be fine. Is there anything else you want to look at about that?
Just I guess possibly more on my ex because it's the father of my child.
Okay, well, what would you like to know?
I guess do we ever have it? Maybe not a relationship, but a healthy friendship.
Well, right now, what I'm seeing is the Seven of Cups, and I'm going to interpret that as no for now, because that is about an unfocused idea, unfocused goals, unfocused dreams. But that doesn't mean that it isn't going to happen. Because I'm getting cards that show that balance will return, though. So yes, but not right away. See, the Temperance card is here. Temperance is balance, and that means balance will be restored to the both of you. But right now, I don't. I think it's going to take a little bit longer.
Okay. Thank you.
The thing I have here is the Nine of Coins, which is an interesting card because it's about being comfortable with being alone. It's solitary, and it doesn't mean lonely. It doesn't mean a hermit. It just means that you're not somebody who needs to be with somebody so much that you'll be with somebody who's not good for you. You know what I mean? It's that you're comfortable. You're comfortable in your own skin, so you're comfortable being alone, and that's a strong asset. But I do see hints that something romantic is coming your way. Now, it could be with the same person. It could be somebody new. But right now, you need to have this thing settle down in your spirit and in your life, and then balance will return, and then you'll be getting the things that you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That was truly amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And we'll shuffle the cards again. And Joni in Iowa, Boone, Iowa is next. Hi, Joni. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Joni. How are you tonight?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
Well, I was wondering if my husband had any messages for me or our boys.
I'm assuming that he's passed, yes?
Yeah, it'll be 2 months on the 15th.
Oh, gosh.
Kind of sudden.
That's whew, man. You're dealing with a lot then. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when I do these kind of readings, the last show I did, I get there are certain cards I look for to let me know if I'm getting a message from someone, and one of them is the High Priestess. The other card obviously would be Death, or the Last Judgment, that kind of stuff. But I just got the High Priestess for you. The last time I did this a couple of weeks ago, I didn't get any of that, and it was just. It's the only time it failed me, but I did have the person call me off the air, and we did it again, and no charge. We just did it again, and then all the right cards showed up. So yeah, now here I got both of them. Good grief. I got the High Priestess and the Death card, one after the other. So I'm taking this as not only a message, but a message, an urgent message.
Okay.
And so let's look at the cards that we get here. The first one is the Chariot. which is that you see the chariot is a person who's holding conflicting forces in check and getting with, it shows a person with a white horse and a chariot with a white horse and a black horse. And the person who's the chariot here is holding them and making them go the way she wants. So what you're getting here is the message is be strong.
Okay.
The sun is here too, which is healing, health, growth, happiness, which is odd because I almost always get that card doing readings like this. It's as if it's saying, I'm okay where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I almost always get that card. And from the very first time I did readings like this, it startled me. Here's the Three of Swords. I always get that too. That's about great sadness and sorrow. That admits and acknowledges that you're feeling pain and sorrow and sadness. So is the spirit you're contacting.
Mm-hmm.
But this person is growing, and that's the whole point of the sun. The main, see, those cards are this and the High Priestess and Death. Those are the cards I always get. The card that I don't always get is the Chariot, which is telling me that the message is stay strong. I guess it's because there are people you need to be strong for, right?
Right.
So that's that. I'm almost speechless here because these are such classic cards for a reading like this. To start with the High Priestess, who is the person who sees behind the veil. She's sitting in front of a screen. So the veil is the one that separates this world from the next. The Death card, that speaks for itself, and then the first card I have is the Chariot. The card that's the sun saying, I'm growing, I'm healthy, I'm happy. And then the sword, the Three of Swords, although I know that there's pain and sorrow. Mm-hmm. And the one last card I have here is the Judgment card. See, that's another card I get when I do these readings. This is a very strong indication that this is a genuine reading.
Okay.
Is there anything in here you want to look at a little bit more?
Well, I just wanted to know, our boys, they started their football and they're about, to start their football season in high school. And I just know that it was really important to him. And if he had any messages for the boys or anything like that.
Well, the card I've got.
I know that has been really hard on them.
The card that, I'm sure. The card that I got here in direct response to this is the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords mm-hmm. is about a person who it's about people who get from where they are to where they want to be through their own power and abilities. Some decks mm-hmm. call that card science for the obvious reason that it involves using the mind and power to get where you are, to where you want to be. And that's the message, which is to stay focused. The person on this, take a look at any time, just on the internet, if you don't have a deck of tarot cards, look up the Six of Swords. Because in almost all decks, it shows the same thing. It's a person on a little boat pushing that boat from rough waters to smooth waters. So the message there is keep focused and get yourself from where you are to where you want to be. You'll do it.
Okay.
And then there's the Lover's card, which shows an angel watching over people. So you see, that shows up a lot in these readings too. So that's good. Those are the two messages. It's stay strong, and the other is for the sun, stay focused and know what you want and go for what you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to light a white candle after the show for you to send positive energy your way, because this is so new. This is so recent that according to some theories, the spirit may even still be around you. It's not even 60 days, right? So,
right.
Keep it positive and as positive as you can without, obviously you can't deny your feelings because that's the perfect way to make yourself crazy. But
right.
But keep in mind that this is definitely, when I get these cards, I look for one of these cards to verify that I'm doing an afterlife reading, and I just got 3 of those cards.
Right.
So this is very strong.
I would try to contact him through this.
That means the spirit is strong.
Okay.
Now here's the Ten of Coins. The Ten of Coins is a fascinating card because it's about children and grandchildren and grandparents and lineage and being with ancestors and the whole family line. You see, and everybody knowing that they're part of a continuum. And that's what you're asking about because that spirit is there still, is what I see. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
If you need at any time, if you want to just vent for anything, you can drop me a line. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net. Even if you don't want any answer, if you just want to write something and send it to somebody, just feel free to do that with me. And if you want me to delete it, I'll just instantly delete it. Okay?
Okay. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm here at any time. That goes for anybody listening. I'm always here. And I've got plenty of time in my hands to do this, and it isn't something I charge for. Again, I like to make that clear because we live in a very commercial world, and when I invite you to do something, and when I invite you to do something, I am charging you for it. That's bad manners, right? So, please. Anytime if you feel like it, if you want me to pull a few cards, if you want me to look, just do it, and I'll do it on the house, okay?
Okay. All right. I appreciate it so much.
That will be my gift, not just to you, but to the spirit also, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. These losses, especially when they're sudden and unexpected and recent, very very upsetting, and this reading was so strong, especially in light of the fact that the last time I tried to do this on Ask One Radio, I got nothing, and I'm very happy that the caller took me up on my offer to contact me, and we'll do it again off the air. I think she was just nervous, the caller from 2 weeks ago, and we had a wonderful chat and did a very good reading, and that's again. I consider that an extension of the Ask One Radio reading, and you're not getting billed for this, folks. Don't worry about that. When the time comes that money changes hands between us, you'll know all about it in advance, and you'll know what it will. There's no surprises. I'm not going to say I don't need. We all need money, but I don't need more money. You know what I mean? I'm doing okay. But it's so then the question comes up, of course, why do you charge for anything you do, right? I'll tell you why. There's this thing called the ritual economy. Reiki, for instance. A lot of you know what Reiki is. I was introduced to Reiki, as a lot of people were, by an emergency room nurse. And the gentleman who discovered Reiki, he never says he invented it. He was one of Dr. Tsui. He gave it away free. He did it. He was healing people all over Japan, and then of course it didn't last. And he had a vision that told him that people are not going to take this seriously unless you charge them. And that's where the ritual economy comes in. Now, we don't want to bleed people, but if you want something of value, you need to give something of value. And that's why, for instance, my pricing when I do readings is flexible. Yeah, you'll find the prices at Ask One Radio. Ask One Radio, that's where we are now. You'll find it at magic-works.com at the homepage. But they're not written in stone. I don't think of myself as a great religious figure on par with Moses, so I don't write things in stone. I don't let money get in the way. I simply don't. It's not worth it. It's not. I mean, there was a wonderful comedian many years ago named Eric Zoid. Some of you may have heard of him. I hope he's not forgotten. But I loved that he'd come out and he looked like a gnome. He looked like Eric Burden, kind of. And of the animals. Man, am I dating myself? He'd say, money is great. He'd look at the audience and say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. Well, it's not worth dying for. That's the main thing, right? So anyway, let's go to Anissa in South Carolina. Anissa, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, how are you doing tonight?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
Um, I'm wondering about my daughter and her safety for the future.
Okay, what would you like to know?
Is she going to get out of the situation that she's in?
Okay, let's take a look. Let's see. Shuffle them up. Well, yeah. Yes, she will. Okay, how's that for a quick answer? I had this card several times today. The Eight of Cups. That's a person who is leaving something that isn't working and goes to something better. It shows a person
Okay.
walking. It shows a person walking toward a castle on a hill. So yeah, that's a pretty good sign, you know. So yeah, that's the answer.
Okay.
That's the short answer. Is there anything else you want to look at about that?
No, that's my biggest concern with her. I guess myself, and am I going to be by myself forever?
Not that I see here. Let's see. No. I see there's change coming in your life, and it's going to be good change. Because after this, after I have the Wheel of Fortune, that represents change. That's followed by the Nine of Cups. Cups are romance in the heart, and the Nine of Cups is about a real sensual experience. You know, this is a person who has a lot, enjoys the good things in life, physical pleasure, earthly pleasures. There's a tiny bit of a warning there that people are going to see you and be envious, and just don't flaunt it too much because you're going to be really happy. You know, so yeah, that I see that coming. I also see that you're entering a time of change in your life that's going to be good. See, you've been alone a while, correct?
Right.
Because that's the Nine of Coins. I had that for the previous caller. The Nine of Coins is somebody who is comfortable alone, but you don't necessarily want to be alone. But you see, I've got the Knight of Cups here. The Knight of Cups says there is romance coming your way, and it's going to be good. It's going to be interesting. Here's the King of Cups. This is great. The cards love you. You ask about romance, and all the cup cards show up. Yes, it's in your future. There's nothing you can do about it. You're going to find love. How's that?
Okay. That's great.
Hey, I've got to run now. I've only got a couple of minutes to go.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And hey, that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, is this stuff real? I've run into that with so many people. I mean, there are people I've known for 30, 40 years. When I started doing this, they thought, well, obviously it's card tricks. Well, I don't know card tricks. I'd say to them, you've known me 30, 40 years. Did you ever see me do card tricks? Did you think that I just waited to spring this on you? That's planning, man. To pull out with it 30, 40 years later. I mentioned this in passing, that one of the signs that we're changing and growing is we lose friends. And how? Whatever happened to you? That's a big one when we're changing and growing. You're not like you used to be. No, I'm not. I'm glad you noticed. All that stuff. It's, I don't know. I'd like to know. I'd like to go back and know what some of these people who I'd been around for years and years, I wonder what they think of me or thought of me, or would they even recognize me? It comes to mind. But then again, I don't think it's worth it, because I happened to have stumbled online on a person I knew about 1982. And he wanted to be a writer, and I happened to find out that he did have a few books published, and he works. He's the dean of a girls' school, which for him would, he must have reformed, because he'd have been in prison otherwise to do with a job like that. But why bother contacting him? I thought, it might be good to contact him, but A, he may not even remember me, and B, we're different people now. Time does change us. Time changes us drastically. So maybe that'll be the subject of a discussion next week. And I do keep threatening to do online classes and Zoom stuff. But one of the things I want to do that about is time travel, which I know a lot of people don't particularly think exists. But I can tell you time travel is real because I've done it. I have time traveled it. I have been traveling. I have done that. I have also done remote viewing. I have been able to contact people remotely. There's a trip. I contacted somebody who I wanted to test this out. I made an effort to reach somebody who I hadn't heard from in many years, and within 2 hours she contacted me and then said, "I don't know why I bothered. What did I do that for? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Good for the ego, right? So listen, I'll see you again next week. And until next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, check out my website, magic-works.com. And remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift to the universe. Good night.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the mini medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the mini media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm Stephanie, your mini medium, and happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. I am excited to be back. I feel like I get FOMO. It's the fear of missing out, right? So last week, I had so many things that I had to kind of miss, and we ran into some car problems. But the good news is that it was a fairly inexpensive fix, and I'm so happy that that's the case, because we actually I have to laugh just because we're in this crazy, energy right now with the retrograde coming, and oh goodness, Venus in retrograde, and then we of course have the 2 full moons this month, and then today is a new moon, and not only is it that, but it's new moon in Leo. So Leo is very strong and a very dominant, type of energy. So I have felt all the feels, my friend. And one of the things that I read was that during the so about 2 weeks before the retrograde, really is where you see a lot of kind of the stuff breaking down. So if the last 2 weeks or so, you've noticed that, your cars broke down, or you've had electronics break, your phone's not working, it feels like, everything's kind of going wonky with electronics and whatnot, then it probably, I always say I blame it on the moon, or I blame it on Mercury. So, blame it on Mercury retrograde, right? So I'm happy that things actually weren't as bad as what they probably could have been. Now I should knock on wood, right? Don't want to jinx myself, but anyhow, great week I've had. I'm excited to be back, and I was actually worried that I wasn't going to be here today because we went to our family on Sunday, went to an amusement park here in Utah. It's called Lagoon. And if some of you follow my Stephanie's tarot reading page, I posted that I actually went on this crazy ride called the Sky Coaster, and it lifts you up. And so I don't even know how many feet, to be honest. I mean, it's really, really high. And uh, it was just crazy because I usually am very scared of height. And I thought, I'm going to step out of my comfort zone and I'm going to do this. So I talked to my oldest daughter and my son in law, and this thing lifted us up, however high it was. And then I had to pull the ripcord because my oldest daughter was terrified of even doing it. And so I pull that ripcord and it drops us, and it's like a straight, you're looking at the ground. It's almost like bungee jumping. And then as it went down, it scoops you up, and then you feel like you're free flying. And it was like the most exhilarating, most amazing, and most terrifying thing I've ever done. So I say, if you get the chance to do it, I would do it again. So it was such a cool feeling. So then that was wonderful. And then shortly after that, I was stung by a wasp 3 times on my back. I think this little sucker got stuck in my hair, and I have 3 huge wasp stings on my back. So I'm like, what in the heck is going on? Luckily, I didn't have too bad of a reaction, but still, I'll tell you, if you've never been stung by a wasp, I hope you never are. I never really understood the pain until I had to experience it for myself. But anyway, so yes, lots of crazy stuff since I was on my last time on the show. So we're going to jump in here now that I've shared my crazy last couple of weeks and share the affirmation. So every week, I start my show off with an affirmation. And the affirmation is just a promise to yourself, and really kind of repeat it over and over, telling yourself that you will do this for you, right? That inner self love and self care. So, for everyone listening, your affirmation says, "The love within me is more powerful than doubt or fear." So, I'm laughing too because when I saw this card come out, as I was connected to a number, I literally was like, oh, well, that makes sense because um, I going on that crazy, free fall that I did, even reading this, the love within me is more powerful than doubt or fear. So it was like, okay, I love myself. I trust. I know it's going to be okay. And the doubt and fear eventually went away. But more so, this is really connecting with your intuition and the respect and love you have for yourself, and how powerful that is, and how powerful that it can be to take over, per se, any doubts or fears that you have. And the acronym for fear is false evidence appearing real, or false ego appearing real. So anytime that you feel that you're afraid or you have fear, just remember that acronym, that false evidence appearing real, or sometimes our ego gets in the way, then it's that false ego appearing real. Anyhow, powerful message for this week, and I hope it all resonates with you and helps you get through your next week or so as we start to go into this retrograde. And then today being a new moon, you should be manifesting, right? Manifesting the things that you want to have come to light, right? So write your manifestations on a piece of paper, and take that piece of paper and fold it up, put it under your pillow, allow that energy to, in other words, absorb and soak into your psyche, into that beautiful crown chakra, your third eye, your throat, and you'll see how a lot of this will come to fruition. It's beautiful. I mean, if you want to manifest winning the lottery, um, kudos to you if that works for you. But ultimately, you want to be a little practical with your manifestations, right? All right. Well, enough of my chit chat. How about we do readings? And I have Lena from Ohio. Hi, Lena.
Hello.
How are you, my friend?
I'm doing okay.
Oh, I'm right there with you, hon. I feel sometimes that's the best we can do. Some days that's the
Yeah.
best, and it's okay. How can I help you tonight?
Just wondering if there's somebody around me.
Okay, okay. And I just want to make sure. I never want to assume, but seeing if you have any loved ones in spirit that are with you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, hon. So let me ask you first, if you've ever listened to my show, I always have numbers that come up, and as I'm getting ready and I'm meditating, these numbers come through, and I trust that there's a reason. Now, the number I've been seeing today is the number 35, so 3 and 5. Now, when I see these numbers, it connects to either March 5th, where the 3 and 5 comes in. This can also be connected to the age of 35. This can also be connected to someone who was born in 1935. So, does that number offhand connect with you in any way at the
Not
moment?
offhand, it doesn't.
Okay,
Not
okay,
offhand.
okay. No, and that's okay, hon. I just always start out and make sure that if I'm connecting with someone and they want that as their validation, that I make sure that it goes to the right person. So I'm going to quiet my mind for a moment here, so it'll be quiet. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to get focused, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now the first feeling I'm getting is very male. I have a very strong male coming through, and everybody always asks me, "How do you know if it's a male or female?" And my best answer to that is just a feeling. Men come through in a heavier sense, and then women come through. The females come through kind of more lighter. It's weird to explain, but but I feel as I'm picking up on this male, uh, one of the main things that I'm seeing with him is there's a problem with, yeah, immediately I'm getting pain right in my chest. And then that pain goes right up to my head. So this for me is going to be passing of the heart or lungs, but also something with the head, whether it be stroke or Alzheimer's, dementia. Do you connect with that?
The lung part, um, that would be my late husband. He passed of emphysema.
Okay.
And it
Okay.
was
Perfect.
a massive heart attack that ultimately killed him.
Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry, my friend. I am so
Oh, thank
so
you.
sorry. I I really feel even his energy as he comes through. Sometimes I have to try to differentiate if this is a love that a father would have for a daughter, or if this is a love that a spouse would have for his spouse, for their spouse. Uh, and I really do feel that him giving me that validation of the lungs and having a hard time breathing, and this very well could be him. Now, he's showing me the number 10, so I'm getting October or the 10th of a month. um, for the year 2010.
Yep.
Do you connect with? Okay. And how do you connect with
That
that,
is,
hun?
it could be one of two things. It could be my he's connected with my son over there. His birthday was October, or it could
Okay.
be the year that he and I got together,
Oh,
2010.
beautiful. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah. And okay. Oh, he's smiling. I've got this feeling of just joy coming from him right now. Um, and he says, okay. He also says that I do feel he is with your son, and here's why. Because I felt him, and as I felt him, I felt there being kind of a childlike energy. And that's regardless of however old your son had passed. But I feel he's with the child, and that's how he comes through. Now, uh, okay. Um, do you connect with, I'm hearing names, I get names often, and I'm hearing this is like Robert, but would go by Bob, William would go by Bill. Do you
Mhm.
connect with a name like that?
My son's name was
James would go
Roderick.
perfect. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, your son is here as well, and this is his way of bringing through his name and validation. Um, and now I don't feel that your husband was his biological father. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But I'll tell you, your husband is very adamant that you know he's taking care of him. He says, "Tell," and he refers to you, and he just says, "My beautiful wife." He just keeps saying, "Oh,
Yes,
please
that's
tell
what he
my
called me.
yes." And I love it, and tell my beautiful wife that that I have her son, and and your son is so just I'm going to tell you one of the most important things coming from him, Lena, is that he says, "Tell my mom that I was not in pain. I felt no pain. There was worry." Do you understand that?
I'm always worried about that.
Uh,
I'm sorry.
so no, no, don't be sorry. So do never ever apologize for crying. It's very cleansing. It is very cleansing.
Yeah.
And what our souls need. Um, your son he's kind of funny because he says he's been really trying to connect with you but he's been struggling so I feel he your son and your late husband had a lot to do with why that you are here why that you were able to get through and connect with me or any other reader for that matter but your son made this happen really did um, and your husband, he says to make sure you pay attention. He's showing me the clocks. He's showing me clocks. I'm not sure what this is about, but I'm seeing grandfather clocks
Huh.
and cuckoo clocks.
A
So
clock?
yes, uh-huh. So if it doesn't resonate right now, just keep it in mind because there's some
Okay.
reason that there's that there. So um, okay. Uh, yes, okay. Um, and your husband also, I hear him tell you for me to tell you that he really connects with you as you're in the car driving. He says when you're in the vehicle or through music, there's a connection through song. So keep that in mind as well. Okay, there's a connection
Okay.
through music. Um, Now I know, man, I'll tell you, we got both from here and they're quite talkers, but I have another caller waiting. But let me tell you, if you are still awake, Lena, here in the next hour at 7:30 on my Facebook page, it's mini medium, just like my show. I do
Uh-huh.
free readings for a couple hours, so it'd be 9:30 East Coast time. And so,
Okay.
if you're interested, hop on, and I would love to continue this for you because I feel like both your husband and your son are talkers. I'm getting a
Oh
lot from
yeah.
them,
No.
but
Yeah.
I would love to share more with you. But if you can do that, I would look forward to seeing you on there and see if we can't give you some more messages from them. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
Hey,
so much.
you are so welcome. Thank you for calling, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay. All right, man. These go so fast. And when we start to channel the other side, they just love to stay and hang out. So I've got Tina from Maryland, I believe. Hi, Tina.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am doing well too.
Good. Good. Well, I know we've got probably about 8, 9 minutes. It'll be quick, but what can I do to help you?
Well, did you want for me to ask a question, or like, is it possible to just kind of see what comes through, or how do you work?
Whatever you would like, my friend. I can just give a general type reading where I just am drawn to whatever I'm picking up on. But if you have a specific topic, that kind of helps to get us right to what you're wanting, whichever you prefer.
Well, I guess I do have one question that pops into my head, which is, I'm going through kind of a difficult time right now in my life, and I guess like a transitionary type of time, and part of my work that I do is I actually read tarot. And lately, I've
Oh,
been wondering if that's even something that I should continue doing. I've been like really confused about even that, which used to be, feel like my purpose almost. And I guess I would just ask maybe if you had any messages from my dad. He's around me during this time.
okay. Okay. Well, I'll see what I can get in our few minutes here. But like I was mentioning earlier to my previous caller, I do at 7:30 Mountain Time. So here in about an hour, I hop on my Facebook page and I give free readings for a couple hours. So if you're
Mm-hmm.
still up interested, I just throw that out there as well. Um,
Sure,
but
sure.
so I know what you're saying about the what is my purpose, and I'll tell you, I use tarot cards as a guide or a tool, but I have really worked on just trusting my gifts. Trusting the things that I see and hear and feel, and then know. So I always say that if you are drawn to the metaphysical, if you are drawn to the tarot, if you are drawn to, tea leaves, reading tea leaves, or whatever it may be that's part of the metaphysical, don't ever, ever doubt it, my friend, because there's a reason that you
Mm,
are drawn to you know even just listening and picking up on your beautiful energy. I can tell that you have a very good heart. I can tell that you do this as far as reading and using tarot, to help others. This is not really something that you just one day thought about. It feels to me that you've grown. uh, and one thing that I did, I actually pulled a couple cards as we're sitting here. um, and I feel, you have such a very spiritual energy that I would say stay focused with the tarot, but also start to add more modalities into your wheelhouse, because I feel you might be getting
mm,
bored. You might be
mm-hmm.
having some, sense of boredom. So, that I feel can help you, whether you decide to do Reiki, energy work, sound bath, however you want. Um, now, I'm been trying to see if I can pick up anything from you said your dad had passed. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Um, one of the things I'm really picking up on too, and actually as I pulled the card, is a sense of that your dad's passing feels to me that there's still some unanswered questions. I feel that there's still wondering really what really happened. Um, and I don't know if that makes sense to you, but as I'm sitting here picking up on, the things that I'm hearing and seeing and feeling, it just feels like, they may have diagnosed him with one thing and said he passed from this, but I feel there's more to it. So does that make sense with you at the moment?
I know now the details of how he died, but it wasn't always clear to me.
Okay, perfect. And that could be very well why I'm picking up on that, just the thought or energy coming from you. Now, do you connect with the number 1919 with your dad of the 19th of a month or
Uh,
2019?
um, Not that I can think of right now. No.
Okay, okay. Please keep that in mind because I keep seeing the 19 over and over. So this is always my intuition or your loved ones in spirit. Really, making sure that we bring that up. So, and this can also be January 9th. So keep that in mind too. When I get 1 and 9, it can be those two together. Um,
Yeah, I
can
was
I ask?
thinking that I have somebody else with the birthday February 9th, but um,
Okay.
yeah.
Can I ask when your dad passed?
Oh, February 27th, 1987.
February 27th of 87. Okay, so yeah, it's been quite some time. Okay, okay. Um, okay. And can I ask how old you were when Dad passed?
Almost 4.
Almost 4. Okay, okay. So very, very young there. Okay. Because I feel that the 19 I want you to keep in mind is really it's going to be either an age or this is going to be a date. So this
Mm-hmm.
could even be your dad bringing up 19 years ago, So that's why I wanted to see if
Mm-hmm.
maybe sometimes I have to kind of help us to connect, but more than anything, please keep that in mind. Now, I'll tell you. Oh, oh. Do you have children?
No, no.
Okay, okay, that's okay. He's bringing up the 19 as being also connected to a child. So whether this is, a sibling or a child connected. So again, just help and give more information. So please just keep that in mind. Every time the clients come see me and we don't quite connect, then I always say, take it with you. And then later they message and they're like, oh my gosh, Steph, guess what? This is what this is. So,
Mm-hmm.
uh, but I do feel there's a very strong significance with the 19. Now, another thing I want to tell you that I'm seeing as well. Let's see. Okay, this would be okay. Um, okay. I keep getting initial C. I keep getting the letter C. So C like Charles or Carl, the C. So there's some connection with that as well. I know that's very bland and very pretty broad.
Well, his
So,
his his nickname was Chop, so that begins with a C.
oh, gotcha. Okay, that would be why. Well, beautiful. Well, I know I've only got about 90 seconds that my producers tell me, but please, if you feel drawn, Tina, if you want to hop on my Facebook page, Mini Medium, and it's on at 7:30 Mountain Time. It's 6:30 Pacific, and then I believe that you are 2 hours ahead on the East Coast, so 9:30. So I know that's kind of late, but I would love for you to hop on and we can see if we can't get more connection with Dad, okay?
I will. Thank you for the invite. I appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. It's my pleasure. And thank you so much for calling in and trusting me to do your reading.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Have a beautiful night.
You too, doll. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, my friends, what an amazing night back. Oh my gosh, I told you this new moon energy is incredible. So please, if you will, hop on my Facebook page, Mini Medium, and I'll be doing that live here shortly. And then I will see you guys next week. Have a beautiful night. Bye, guys.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Suzanne, and welcome to Psychic Paths. And I'm here for a little bit, and I hope we get a really good caller. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, which means that I speak to past loved ones. You can contact me through my Facebook page or my website, both Psychic Paths. So, welcome, yes. And it's a new full moon tonight, and it's in Leo, which is really, really nice. I feel like this is a time for optimism and exploring what makes us happy and being able to open up our hearts and connecting with our inner child, being able to be playful. I have Leo in my house of friends, so I'm a really pro-Leo person. But a new moon usually means that we can let go of what doesn't benefit us anymore, and we can go on and change what we need to change within ourselves to become better people, which is always good. There are some affirmations. Oh, Nicole from St. Cloud, Minnesota. What?
Hello.
Well, hello, neighbor. How are you?
Hello, neighbor.
Good, good. So how is St. Cloud treating you?
Good, actually. Still in the same place, and my kids are getting older, and yeah, so I was, sorry, I'm kind of nervous, but I was really praying that I would get you, and so I love how our paths crossed today.
The universe. I said the same thing before the show. I said, let whoever is intended to talk to me, talk to me. And here you are. We were both on the same page. So, what can I help with? What can I answer for you tonight?
I just would like whatever comes through you, you know. I don't really have any specific questions. I always just kind of go with the flow and let spirit take its course.
Sure, sure. Let me see what spirit says, and let me see if I can connect to your energy.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the first thing that spirit says is you're a real tough cookie. I think you know this, that you're very resilient. You may fall, but you're not going to stay down. And I think people who know you know that you're a real warrior and a real survivor. But also with the coin flipped, you're very optimistic for other people. You're a source of comfort for people, is what I'm picking up. I think it is because you have the faith. I think when you were young and you went through most of your trials and tribulations, you felt as if the sky was going to fall, and then the sky didn't fall, and so that made you resilient. But it also gave you a great deal of faith, a faith of moving forward. Do you know what I mean? Can you resonate that?
Oh, most definitely.
That you're a friend indeed to have around during hard times, because of your energy. You like I was talking about Leo. I don't know what your sign is, but optimism.
I'm a Taurus.
Okay, very earthy. Cool. So I get that, and you also have a very busy life. I feel like time just flies during your days.
Oh yeah.
Is it true that you have your fingers in all the pies? Because they're telling
all the time.
You will sign up for anything, is what they're telling me.
Yes, and I also find myself, I mean, most recently I've been really just trying to focus on myself because I always put my energy into everybody else, and now I'm just kind of in this weird phase where I'm like starting to learn my gifts, and it's just
nice.
You know, a lot to take in at once, and so
have you been going through
a lot
the
of my
awakening?
yeah.
Oh.
It's been over the last 2-3 years, but I feel like this year I've been really really trying to strap down and heal myself, I guess, the rest of the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel
it's crazy
like
because I attract so many people, and they always dump their life stories on me, and it's just like I'm trying to learn how to like protect myself. So that's probably why how you got that time flies during the day, and it's because I am doing so much for everybody else. It's like I need to make time for myself.
You need to email me. Email me after this. Find my
Okay.
email me so we can talk. One of the things about Taurus is it's very earthy, and it's Mother Earth, really. And the people you love, you usually own them. They're yours without question. So I can understand that being an empath, you're also attracting the people that need you also, which could be anybody. So I'm in complete understanding of what you may be feeling. Um, but you have gone through the dark night of the soul, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't feel like that's here now, and it's not forward, but it really is finding out about your gifts and discerning the gifts, and then going on the path of helping that way. It's
Yeah.
a lot of patience with that, learning it, and being in control of it, and learning how to protect yourself, those things. So that's why I'd really like you to email me so that we can talk.
Thank you. Yeah, I will most definitely do that.
It's good you're in the
I
neighborhood.
think. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I know, and I came across your website, and I'm just like, all the years that we knew each other, I never knew that you had psychic gifts and stuff, and I was just like, oh, but then I thought, I wasn't meant to know at that time at all, because I wasn't like healthy enough to, be able to know that, Yeah.
It's not like I
But,
run around either going, guess what?
right.
Because I'm just a normal person too. I'm unique, but
Right.
everyone is unique. So I'm really glad that you called in tonight. Let's see what else Spirit has to say. I'm picking up as part of your gifts is clairvoyance.
Mhm.
Um, but just like me, it feels like you just shut that down because that's weird.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's so many
so
things.
but if you don't go for it, and you don't go through learning about it, um, it can affect you in other ways too. So it's
Yeah.
good that you're a neighbor and stuff. Did you lose somebody recently?
Yeah. Oh, my grandma.
Okay.
Oh, it was a few months ago, but we just recently like had this big family reunion, and it was like the first
Ah,
one in like 28 years. So I was really
it,
hoping she knew that we went.
she is. She showed me. Um, it took a lot of hard work to get the family together. She said there
Mhm.
seems to have been a lot of, come on now, let's get this
Yeah.
together here. Um, and she is in the light. She has passed over, and she's watching everyone. And there seems to be a large family, from what I'm picking up.
Yeah.
She's watching everybody, and it's part of her lifetime has been being in everybody's business.
Oh yeah.
She likes to know what's going on with everybody, and she's still the same. She's just not here in presence.
Right.
Let's see. You have worries, but don't worry. I see that you have worries. You have worries, something about your house, and then
Yeah.
school. You're worried about the schooling
Yeah.
of your children.
Yes.
Um, and something about traffic. There's a worry about the traffic. I don't know if it's the time you drive, but it seems to be a worrisome thing to do the commuting. And Spirit
Yeah.
is saying,
Lately, I've been having panic attacks during
oh
commuting.
no.
Yeah.
So what?
And it just came out of nowhere. Yeah.
Okay. Spirit is saying to take a deep, long breath and know that you don't need to worry about those things. The universe is working for you in your best interests. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you worry about everyone too, because then
Yeah.
it's like your mind goes to other people. When you're not worried about what's going on with you, you worry about other people.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what one very smart man once told me. Worry is the misuse of the imagination.
Oh, I love that.
And so just remember that when the things go on in your mind, some things are not that valuable to worry about. You're making the worst scenario. And I can understand that too, because you're a warrior. You've been through some stuff.
Yeah.
But the universe is saying they have you and you are protected. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So just email me and we will try to communicate that way. And I hope that I have been of some help to you tonight.
Yes, most definitely. I really appreciate you and sending lots of blessings your way too.
You too. Please enjoy your week and we will work on the anxiety and all that when we communicate on the phone.
Okay, I thank you very much.
All right, have a good week. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye, everyone. I'll see you next week. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. I am so excited to be on here. My name is Reverend Maria Leggett, which you can tell by the name of the show. You can find me online at marialeggett.com, MariaLeggett. And you can book a reading there with me if you would like to take classes with me. You can go to templeofthesacredcircle.org, and that is where I run all of my classes. It is an online temple where I have evening meditations once a week, and we have some free classes, and we talk about a whole lot of different things because I love educating people on spirituality and spirit itself and all of the beautiful things that come along with it. So I'm really happy to be on here tonight to be able to share my abilities with the world and be able to help bring messages to anyone who needs something. And I am blessed and filled with abundance to be able to do this show with all of you. Do we have a caller for today? I can keep chatting because, I'm a chatty person. I talk all the time. So one of the things that I do is I also have a separate podcast on my own, and it is called WTFspirit.com. And on there, we talk about all different types of spirituality. And spirituality is one of those things that is such a beautiful, free flowing thing that we have in our lives, because religion is very dogmatic and it carries that this is how we have to do things. And spirituality is beautiful because you have the ability to do things differently. You have the ability to do things the way that you resonate with it, because we are able to talk to the universe, talk to source, your spirit guide, your spirit team, without having to be in any specific building. And that's one of the things that I love about spirituality, is that you can fully be in the moment, in your bedroom, in the bathroom, in the car, on your way to work. Anything that you're doing, spirit is with you all the time. And we all have a team of spirit guides. And if you follow this spiritualist religion, one of the things that you have is a protector guide. And so the protector guide is someone that you can call in to be with you in moments when you feel scared or worried, and that protector guide will absolutely be able to help you. So we have a caller on the line. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful. May I hear you say your name, please?
My name is Kelsey.
Kelsey, how are you today?
I'm really good. How are you?
I am wonderful. How may I be of service to you today, ma'am?
Just see what any spirits have for me today. Any messages that come through, I'll leave it up to you. No specific questions.
No specific question, just general, whatever spirit wants you to know.
Absolutely. That's perfect.
Awesome. We'll do that then. All right. So I'm going to just tap into your energy, and I'm going to say my prayer really quick. Mother, Father, God, thank you very much for allowing us to be of service to Kelsey today. As we open the door to communication with the great I Am presence, we know that all words spoken will be with your wisdom, truth, love, and understanding in the highest. In this moment, we ask for the veil to be lifted and any crossover loved one, ancestor, spirit, guide, spirit, animal to please come through with messages for Kelsey in her highest good. Amen. So the very first thing that I see as I come into your energy, I see this beautiful, massive rainbow. And the rainbow can be used for so many different things. And Spirit is bringing this to me very specifically. They're showing me sort of what I do during my energy healing sessions, where the rainbow, I use it to come in and go through everyone's chakras. And so if you're not already working with the chakra system, it's going to be really important for you to start learning what your chakras are, so that you can begin to clear out any blockages that are in your body to allow you to start healing yourself from the inside out. One thing that they're taking me very specifically, Kelsey, is they're taking me into your sacral chakra, which in a female is right where the womb space would be. Do you know what that is?
I do.
Wonderful. So they're taking you right into your sacral chakra, and they're talking to me about really clearing the energy out of here, because there is creation and birthing and things that need to take place. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Wonderful. So Spirit is talking about, really taking care of this beautiful area and allowing this process to continue to grow, because you're ready for all of this wonderful goodness that's coming into your life, and it's going to shift and change things for you.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yes, you're spot on.
And so Spirit is talking about, getting it's really interesting. I almost feel like I'm pregnant, like I have to do this nesting thing where I have to like gather all the things and get everything ready and just be prepared. And so Spirit also wants to remind you that in this time of this creation, this birthing process for you, that it's really important that you also be able to sit and just breathe. because we can be so involved in all the things that are going on that we forget about us as a woman being able to take care of our bodies. And because everything is about all this beautiful creation that's going on, but we forget about ourselves. So Spirit just wants you to take a moment to remember to don't forget to sit and breathe. Don't forget to meditate. Don't forget to take this time alone now while you can. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I am doing.
Yay, I love it. So this is going to be a great validation for you then that you're actually doing the things that are important. And make sure that once the entire birthing process is done, that you also can take an hour a day for just you, whether that means and not everybody can do this, but maybe you can go into the bathroom and make sure that you can take a bath, or you can take a shower alone so that you have this time to recuperate and remember that I am a woman independent of this entire creation that I'm bringing into the world. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. That's
Beautiful.
my place where I go right now, and I'll be going there in the future.
Yay!
Straight into the bathtub. Yes, absolutely.
It is. And people tend to forget, right, that water is so healing. It's one of the things that Spirit has given to us on this planet. It is beautiful, flow freeing. It's one of the reasons why, depending on what religion you are, they have baptisms and all different kind of things. Water is used to cleanse the soul. So it cleanses your physical body and it brings on all of this beautiful healing. Yes, thank you. I will, Spirit. So I have Spirit tapping me on the side of my head. And they want me to talk to you about while you're lying in this water, to visualize a beautiful white crystalline river coming down in through your crown chakra and following all the way down in through your body. And as it's coming in, visualize it swirling around the crown chakra and bringing in healing, swirling around the third eye chakra and bringing in healing, and just allowing it to come into each and every place so that you feel more in alignment and not out of balance with all of the physical changes that are going on for you. Does that make sense to you?
Makes sense. Yes.
Good. And this,
thank you so much.
Oh, I am so glad. And so this beautiful white light is just a way for you to be able to feel comfortable with healing coming in, because there are a lot of changes and things are shifting. And it's like, I can't control any of this, but this is one of the beautiful things that you can control is I can bring healing in, and it gives you some semblance of control, right, over this process that's just happening naturally. Does that make sense?
Yes, 100%.
Beautiful. And oh, okay, thank you very much. I think I've never seen Spirit give this to me, but here's what they're asking me to do. They're asking me to tell you to sit down with pen and paper and to write a letter to yourself. Dear Kelsey, this is where I'm at right now. This is what's happening. And I need you to know in the moments where you feel like everything is overwhelming and all of this is going on, in this moment right now, we are calm, and you can find this place. You can find this place of peace, this place of calm, and know that you're doing a wonderful job. Even though today may not have been a good day, you're still doing an amazing job. So it's a way for you to write a letter to your future self to remind yourself, I am an absolutely wonderful, perfect soul living a very human life, making mistakes like everybody else does, but it's how we learn. And so writing this letter is really going to bring you peace in the moments when you need it the most.
That is so nice.
Yay. Oh, Kelsey, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate you so much. I'm so glad to have had you on here.
Yes, I appreciate how spot on you are, and to just help me navigate through this next little journey here.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. I am so happy for you. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful experience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you
to everyone. Take care.
I'm sorry?
I said, and you take care.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
And you too. I appreciate all of that very much.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's watching the show for hanging out with me. and watching me do this amazing work. I love what I do. I really would not change this for the world. And so I would love to be able to help you as well. So if you'd like to sign up for a private reading with me, please go to marialeggett.com. And in the top of the website, you can click on book with me, and you can get all the different options. I have spiritual mentoring that I can help you with, and we can do readings and lots of beautiful things that we can work with together. And I really look forward to being able to see each and every one of you again 1 week from today, 8:45 p.m. Eastern. I am so grateful for all of you. Thank you so, so much, and have a fantastic evening.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Hi. I'm Perry Lyons, and you're not. And this is, hi. This is Moonstruck, Psychic TV, Psychic Radio, Psychic everything, darn it. So how are you today? Are you well? How are the kids? The cat? Good. I'm really glad. Anyway, hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm glad you could make it today. I'm always thrilled to see you. And what was I going to say? Oh, we're going to do the psychic weather. Psychic weather is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And what we're going to do, well, what I'm going to do, but you can participate psychically, is I'm going to pull 3 cards randomly from my huge cardboard box of cards. I know a lot of tarot folks and psychic folks wrap their cards in silk and put crystals around them. I've been doing this a long time. These cards are my friends. We go on road trips together. We hang out. I buy them beers, pour it over them. They're sticky but happy. And they live in a cardboard box because I'm the OG psychic, kids. So we do things old school around here. So I'm going to pick 3 cards. The first card is my cherished duckling. First card is going to be the beginning of the week. Second card is going to be the middle of the week. And the third card, I think you're catching on, is going to be the end of the week. Woohoo! So I should actually always put these in my lap. The damn thing's so heavy. Oh. Okay, ready? What's the first part of the week? Okay. What have we got here? Oh, that's rather nice. This card, you see? There we go. It's the Three of Pentacles. And the Three of Pentacles, I used to call the record company card back when there were record companies. What it means to me is that a the first thing she said. Remember that? So
Yeah.
right now, you want to bypass him because he's not going to be helpful in anything he says. He's stubborn. He's also, my darling, he's scared. He is scared. He thinks he's going to snuff it in the next. Know your stuff. Be very prepared and be very honest. Men like this have a BS detector that cannot be beat. So again, if you're at work or you're presenting something to a higher up, make sure you're prepared. Make sure you know your stuff. Don't BS that you would. You would never do that. And just know what you're doing. And if you're dating and this is a guy you're meeting on a date, then just, be yourself. Be your most honest, perfect, lovely, gorgeous self. It's going to go great. You're going to have a great time. Okay. The last card, I love this card. This is women celebrating. And for people who identify as female, there, you see? So what we're doing here is, so this could be something like a bridal shower. It could be a baby shower. It could be a party of any kind. It could also be friends, whether female, male, or non-binary, celebrating some sort of, usually a social occasion, like an engagement. It's most often, when I get it anyway, it's most often an engagement party, a baby shower, something like that, a social celebration that often has women there, which is a good thing. We like women. So my best friends are women. I'm a woman. Okay, that was so fun. All right, my little Rochester baby, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. Better for hearing your voice. And I love to connect with people. I have them tell me just what their birthday is. Just the day and the month is
My
fine.
birthday, October 27th.
Oh, look at you, you little Scorpio. Ooh, we're very compatible. Just saying. Okay. So how can I help you today? Feels like you have a question about family. Yeah.
Looks like I have what?
It feels like you have a question about family, but I could be wrong. So, hit me, baby.
Well, I was wondering if you could psychically contact somebody that's been passed over.
Okay, that's mediumship work, and let me see what I can do
if
here.
you could.
Yeah, let me see what I can do. It's difficult. It's however, I'm good at it. Was it a younger person?
I have somebody that's passed over lately, so it could be a younger person.
Okay, it's easier for me if we concentrate on one person. So concentrate on the one person that you really want to reach out to. The first person who showed up, a couple different people show up. It's almost, I feel like Whoopi Goldberg in Ghost. So the first person who showed up was a younger man. The second person who has shown up is an older woman who's with an older man who I think got there before her. Which one would you like to talk to?
The older woman, that's probably my grandmother.
That's what it looks like to me. And I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you.
Do you mind? It was just 5 to 6 months ago. You've had a lot of people pass. Yeah.
She's been gone
a while.
Like, she passed when I was 6 months old. I'm 52 now. So.
Okay, so that's not super sorry. A lot of people. Sorry, that was kind of a guru mistake in my part. I apologize. You have had a lot of people pass in your vicinity in the last year and a half. So, let me. Oh, she loves you. I mean, I could say that about any grandmother, but she really loves you. Are you named after either her or somebody connected to her?
Well, both my grandmother's name's Mary, and that's my middle name. So,
okay,
it's kind of like a, family name.
I'm gonna go with a yes, though. Yeah. So that's a yes. So you were named after her. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is your mother's mother?
It's actually my dad's mom. If she's with a man, I would think.
Yes, she's
that's
with a
the
man.
one I was hoping to contact.
Okay. You're getting a lot of people showing up. I feel like I'm emceeing a family reunion. Okay, like 57 people here. You, quiet in the back. And you put down that potato salad. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I like her a lot. Did she have short curly hair at the end of her life?
She was short. Yeah.
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 No, I'm asking, did she have, towards the end of her life when you knew her, when you were 6 months old, so who knows?
I didn't know her.
Oh, you didn't know her. Do you know what she looks like? So if I describe her?
I have a picture. I look a lot like her. I resemble her.
So she has very soft skin. She's got kind of a round face with a cute little chin. You have that too, right?
Yep, that's her.
Yep. Yeah, gotcha. We just connected. Oh, I like her a lot. People didn't know her as Mary, though. She had a nickname of some kind. Is that correct?
I don't really know what they called her. I'd have to ask my dad. But I need her advice on how to deal with my dad. I do. I need her advice on how to deal with it.
Your dad is exactly the same now as he was when he was 5 years old. He is stubborn as a really stubborn thing. So she says, don't even try to change his mind about stuff. He's making some bad decisions right now because he's not thinking straight right now for whatever reason. Is that correct?
I'm having a hard time with his medical, and he's being very stubborn.
Yeah, stubborn. Stubborn was the first thing she said. Remember that? So
yeah.
Right now, you want to bypass him because he's not going to be helpful in anything he says. He's stubborn. He's also, my darling, he's scared. He's scared. He thinks he's going to snuff it in the next month or two. He's not. You've got him for a while now. You do. But he's arguing with his doctor. He's arguing with you. And he's just being a stubborn pain in the tohuka, which is the word I just made up. But I think you get the gist. What I would do is
he's tired of being here. You know, he's ready to cross over.
People may say that, but trust me, as somebody who's had two, near-death experiences, no matter how tired you think you are of being here, you still want to be here. So when he says that, just ignore him. He wants to be here. He loves you, loves your sister. Do you have a half brother? There's some male guy who's like a brother to you. He loves. So what I would do is just be patient with him. Treat him. His mom says treat him like a 5-year-old. Use that kind of voice. Just nod and smile when he tells you what he wants, and then talk to the doctors and do something from his past, maybe family history or something, to get his interest back up. He does actually want to be here. Don't believe him when he says otherwise. And that's important. I hope you hear that. So that's what I would do. Don't take him too seriously, is what his mom says. Treat him like he's a stubborn 5-year-old who doesn't know what's good for him. You know what's good for him. Your siblings know what's good for him. Get their help and advice, and it's going to be okay. And he's got a lot longer than you think. So if you want to do something that'll be fun for the whole family, I would do some like Ancestry.com. I don't endorse them. I'm just saying something like that. He likes family history stuff. If you do that, I think that's really going to cheer him up. And
okay, now
again,
I have a question for you to ask her.
Okay.
And please get this answer for me.
3 minutes. Okay, I've just got Heaven, my friend. Hold on 1 second. Heaven, darling, will you wait for me? 1 second, dear. Heaven, are you going to wait for me? Good. Heaven is our next caller. All right, hit me. Go ahead.
Did she call the hospital when my dad was in ICU?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Although I think she might have been dead at the time. Was she still here?
Somebody called the hospital. Somebody called the hospital and said, I want to talk to my son, Thomas, and, his last name. And they said he can't have any phone calls. And she was very adamant she wanted to speak to her son. And I asked all the family and everything, and nobody called. Nobody called the hospital. And she said by name, her son, Thomas, and the last name. I was like, it had to be a call from heaven.
I've experienced quite a few of those, both with people I work with and personally. That was absolutely her. I mean, she was petite, right? She was small and right. But she would kick through a steel door. Yes, she would kick through a steel door to get to her kids when she was alive. She would lift a Buick off them. When it came to her kids, she would do anything, and that's what she did. So yes. And thank you, darling.
Okay,
I'm so glad you called. I'm so glad I could answer that question. All right, love you. Call back next week. Tell me how you are. Thank you. Okay, we have Heaven. Darling, did you stick around? Because you've got the best name in the world. Yay! I'm so glad. So, my darling, you have to tell me, that's a beautiful name. How did you get that before we start?
My mother was a hippie.
I hear you, baby. Okay. I feel that. I feel your non-pain. Yeah. PER. My name means beautiful woman cast out of paradise, trying to win her way back with good deeds. So not exactly a hippie, but definitely similar moms. Okay, baby. Tell me, what day is your birthday? Because I like to connect people through their birthdays.
February 8th, 1976.
Ooh, that's a great day. 1976. Okay, let's see. It's 19. Oh, you're Year of the Dragon and an Aquarius. Ooh, woo! Look at you. Are you on the smaller side?
I'm sorry?
Are you on the smaller side? Like,
yeah.
But okay. Because dragons have huge personalities. One of the first things I get about you is somebody with a huge personality in a petite, like, container. Is that correct?
Yes.
I thought so. What's the thing from Aladdin? You know, infinite cosmic powers, itty living space. Okay. Anyway, but you're adorable. You're very pretty. I can see with my heart's eye. So, okay, cutie patootie, how can I help you?
Okay, me and my husband are separated.
I'm sorry.
And I am trying to figure out if we're going to reconcile or if it's actually going to end in a divorce this time. And it's really tearing me apart because he's got me worried and scared, and he got hurt when he left, and he doesn't want me to know that he got hurt. I mean, it's just crazy.
It is crazy. You've separated. Oh, you can cry, sweetie. It's just us. Honestly.
Huh?
And that's, you can cry, sweetie. It's just us. And honestly, it's so painful, and I'm so sorry. It feels like you've separated, I'm going to say 2.5 times before. I don't know where the half is coming from. Does that ring a bell with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll know what that means. Oh, speaking of stubborn. Oh, darling. He's a good man. But the thing is, I think there's a strong possibility he will come back. Here's why. Does he have a lot of issues with his mom?
Before she passed away, yes, he did.
Yeah. And you represent both the woman he loves, because he does love you. How many kids do you have?
We do not have any together.
Oh. Okay, that's what I was there because I said that, and my guides were like, they don't have kids together, but you have kids. You do. There's 3 kids in the blended family, right? Okay, good. That's what I was getting.
I do.
That was a puzzled look for a minute. I'm like, how many kids do you have? Okay. Back to you. Back to him. One thing that I think is confusing for you about him is that he can be this like really tender, loving little boy, and then he can be like this big sort of He-Man, He-Man. And there's not a lot in between. Does that make sense to you?
Oh yeah, he has a huge heart, and he'll help anybody, but he also has a very, very, very bad anger problem.
Yes, he does. I think he hates himself right now, and I think Before we start, I just want to say, if you're in any physical danger, I want you to ignore everything I'm saying and don't get back with him. Are we clear? If there's physical danger involved, I'm going to say men who, and I'm not going to say I'm speaking from personal experience, but I'm speaking from personal experience. Men who hurt women do not change. So if that's been a factor, I'm going to take everything I said back and say that if he has hurt you in the past, I would have a really big cry for about 6 weeks and divorce and move on. And I say that sadly from personal experience. If that's not an issue, or if he is willing to undergo some sort of therapy, anger management therapy, if he hasn't, it's just important.
We did the anger management, but he needs to go to regular therapy so that he can talk about his issues.
Yeah, he's not doing that, is he?
No, I had made an appointment for him, and before he could get to that appointment, he left.
Yeah, he's very scared. He's got a lot of anger about his mom and the way his mom and dad split up and how they treated him. And I mean, he's got a right to his anger, but he's very scared to look at it because he thinks, and that's not something you can fix for him. So while I want to say that I see why you love him so much, I would maybe take some time for yourself and, just prepare for, take some time for yourself and find out what you want. Because sometimes we want somebody back so much that we forget about what the relationship was actually like when it wasn't that good. And sometimes we can get so caught up in like, I just want him back, that we forget that part of us might not. And so what I would do is get a little therapy yourself, take a deep breath, take just a month off. You don't have to decide right now if you're getting a divorce. Maybe ask him for just a month so you can go to your corners and you understand what I'm saying? This is a time for you to kind of remember who you are. You're a lovely person. You're strong. You have a number of talents, but you've also, it feels like you've suffered another.
We've been together for like 16 years.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. I'm not in any way, making light of this. What I am saying is that other things in your life have been hard recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've suffered a couple of losses. And what I just... Yeah, you have.
His grandparents died this last year.
Yeah. So you both suffered losses. I think that, it has not been an easy time for you either. And so what I really want you to hear is you don't have to make any decisions right now. You don't. So what I'd like you to do is just take a deep breath, tell him, you'll talk in 2 or 3 weeks, and I'll tell you, making yourself less available, nobody ever got less attractive by being less available, if you know what I'm saying. So just take yourself out of this stress for a little while. Give yourself a couple of weeks. It's going to work out okay. He does need to go into therapy. But for you, what I'd love for you is to just take a deep breath, go into therapy, do some things that make you feel good, have some fun. He will be back. He will be back. But, this is the time to think about if you really want him back or if it's just like the shock of having somebody leave you. So give yourself a little time. Don't make any decisions. Ask him not to either. It's not a time to make decisions. All right, my love? Let me know how you're doing. And get in touch with Terry Lyons. I'm on Facebook. And I'm so glad you called. It's going to be okay. It is. All right.
All right. Thank you.
See you next week, my love. Sure. Take Take care. 9 p.m. live Eastern Standard Time. I'm Terry Lyon, New York City celebrity psychic. And I love you. See you next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. Thank you so much for joining me. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and thank you for listening to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I hope you are having a fantastic night because it's going to get a little bit better because I invited my good friend, Maurice Sinclair from Ancient Made Modern. So let's say hello to him. Hi, Maurice.
Hey.
thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
You
Appreciate
know
that.
what? Oh, yeah, of course. I thought, not to cop out, but I thought I would have you introduce yourself because I don't want to miss any of your fabulous things that you do. I mean, you have a wealth of skills. So do you mind? I
No, I
know.
don't mind.
Okay. So
Yeah. So,
just go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, on paper, I'm a Reiki master, a psychic medium, a shamanic practitioner, and an Akashic Records healer, among other things. And yeah, and I run my spiritual business under the name Ancient Made Modern.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I know we can find you on your website, Ancient Made Modern, and all your social media. So,
Definitely.
yeah. So I know we kind of talked about what we were going to talk about tonight. And I'm just like so fascinated with generational trauma and how we as psychic mediums can help our clients. Um, it's mind blowing to think that our when our grandmother was pregnant with our mom had all of the eggs she ever was going to have forever, right? So it's like we were part of our grandmother before our mom was even born. And I mean, that to me is just like mind blown. And just finding that out that, it can affect our DNA is just so interesting to me.
Yeah.
So I thought we would kind of talk about maybe like how we as psychic mediums can incorporate that into our practice, how we do that, how we can maybe help our clients to heal through this process. Um, and I know, I'm sorry, I'm not letting you talk, Maurice, but I
No.
want I want to say one thing. I did catch you the other day on social media, and you were doing something just like this with one of your friends or clients, and you were talking about how she wasn't just healing; she was healing herself, but she was also healing to heal other people and to heal her family line as well as those who came before her in her family. So, can you just maybe talk about how you use this in your practice and maybe what you were talking about in that one little clip?
Yeah. So I feel like this concept of solving for generational trauma, it can come up in pretty much any modality, really. So, for example, I mean, doing Reiki, I might be directed towards a specific energy signature in the body. And when I dive into it, I see like, oh, this is a thing that's representative of something that's been in your family line for quite a long time. But what ends up happening is that within the context of our own lives, we end up, when things sit in our DNA, it almost acts as like a projector out onto our 3D reality. And
Oh, I
it
love
creates these
that.
scenarios out in our 3D reality that forces us to relive this energy signature somehow. So, for example, there's anger sitting in your DNA, for example, that will radiate outwards onto your physical 3D environment, creating scenarios where your anger will come up to the surface. And the purpose of that is to help you recognize it and solve for it so it doesn't have to keep being a thing uh, going forward in your family line. But in my experience, yeah, like it comes up in every context. It can come up in Reiki, even psychic. You know, a person asks, Why is it that I can't? Why is it that I can't get along with somebody? Or what is this illness about? For example, even it doesn't even have to be like an emotional thing. And oftentimes the answer ends up being, well, this is something that you've inherited from your family. It's interesting how many physical ailments are inherited as well, you know, and it might look slightly different. So, for example, maybe a person that you're reading for, a sitter, has uh, heart palpitations or something, but then in their family line, someone else had a completely different heart issue, but the area of the body remains the same. So there's this pattern of um, maybe breaking one's own heart, maybe betraying oneself
Hmm.
that has repeated itself over and over again. So this ends up
Yeah.
being the answer to the question that they're asking. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so, I don't know. It's so fascinating to think about it. And it's fascinating to work with people. I don't know about you, but I get a lot of tears, when I'm doing these readings, but it's really heartfelt. It's like you're touching the soul of the person you're reading for. And it actually feels like we're healing, and we're helping them to heal as well and giving them the skills. And I think half of the battle is knowing what you're carrying with you, right? Because
Absolutely.
a lot of us think, why am I this way? What's causing me to be this way? Why do I have this physical ailment? Why am I angry? Why am I sad? You know, so
Yeah, and like I'd even argue that the tears that are expelled are necessary. They're releases, and I like how you said that it's like as if we're healing them. Because I'm one that believes that maybe this is the wrong platform to say this on, but I don't really believe in that a person is capable of healing another person. All the healer can do is enact one's own healing ability. They can create a space that allows for their healing abilities to kind of activate. Do you know what I mean? So they create
yeah,
this
absolutely.
space for that. And yeah, as mediums, we have the honor and the pleasure of being able to do that for people, helping people to heal themselves. And like you say, like sometimes half of the issue, or maybe sometimes even all the issue, is
Yeah.
simple awareness, letting them
Yeah.
know what it is, and then it kind of activates on its own. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I like how you said that enabling our clients to heal themselves. That is, it's almost like, therapy, right? Like almost like spiritual counseling without the counseling license. I don't have one, but
Absolutely.
um,
Me neither.
yeah. And I like the idea that this can also be done in different ways. So it's almost like we can model it to, not like we come in saying we're going to do a certain thing, like we're going to only do Reiki, or we're only going to do past lives, or we're only going to, give you something to work with to heal. It's, I don't know about for you, but it almost comes intuitively on how I work with my clients. Is that how it is for you?
Absolutely. And it's funny because like I'm beginning to move out of a space where I'm even dividing my services into different names. I only offer different services. It's really to help people make a decision about how they want to approach their ailment or their issue, or whatever it is. It's more for the client to kind of like breach
Mm-hmm.
the ego, to breach the human mind that wants to pick something, that wants to decide that, hey, this is the thing that I need. But when I work, it's everything. Everything's activating
Right.
all at once. So for example, I did a reading today, and it's supposed to be a psychic reading, and we ended up getting into past life stuff. Because
Yeah.
intuitively that's what was required of the person, so I'm the same way.
Yeah, yeah, and one of the things that I like that you do that I don't do is like shamanic practice work.
Mm.
Do you do like do you ever use that like mind journeys, or what, do you ever use shamanic work in this process of the
It's
generational?
so interesting that you say that, because the answer is yes. Because
Okay.
so going back to the example of Reiki, so the first spiritual modality that I ever actively did was shamanic journey. So
Mm,
thus all of my spiritual practices kind of run through that filter automatically, because this is kind of what my mind built everything else around. So what that looked like for me, especially for example in a Reiki session, I might journey into the person's body. Do you
oh,
know what I mean? And I ended
yeah.
just kind of reporting everything that I see. And sometimes it'll be very symbolic. I don't oftentimes just see like body parts. Oftentimes
Okay.
I'm walking into the heart space that might look like a long tunnel, and then I end up having to allow whatever it is that's needed to solve for the issue, or to help them solve the issue rather, move through my body into their body. So how this would look in the context of generational trauma. So I might walk into somebody's uh, sacral area, and I'll see some representation of a pattern of self betrayal, and
Mm,
then I'll have to look at that
yeah.
and kind of look at the origin. I'm usually given some information about the origin of this pattern, and though I might see it through the context of the person's current life, if I trace it back, it oftentimes has to do with something that's been passed down generation over generation. Then when I talk to the sitter, it'll be something like, you know what? Yeah, my mom had that same issue. My grandmother had that same issue, and that becomes the indicator. Like, yeah, it's been happening in your family line for a while.
Yeah, just, I don't know why I feel like this is a new concept for me. I think I had a hard time, I either didn't think about it, or I had a hard time believing. But this is back when I was a school teacher, right? And I used to see this a lot with my students, and I think, gosh, this has been passed down but I didn't really put it together that it was through like their DNA, like it really was part of their body. So that's just been a huge, within the last, 10 years, huge eye opening for me, and has changed my practice and the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because it's nothing that I don't, I've never learned this. No one ever told me this. I think it's
Right.
something that you just kind of trip onto, like, oh, that does happen. That is the thing, because you're just kind of told in your work. And yeah, so you made me think about that. I was like, how did I come across it? I think it just kind of happened incidentally one day, and then I've just been applying the same concept to everyone I work with.
Yeah. And it's some families more than others, I'm finding as well. I just did that psychic detection course on missing and murdered Indigenous women. And it really came through in that class because of it's generational. One of the cases we had was the woman's who was killed. Her mother was also killed by a serial killer. But even beyond that, just what happened to them, generational, where parents were killed, children were taken away, put in schools. So you think these children had no parents and they were traumatized, and that just carries down and carries down, and we're still seeing the effects of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, just really, sad and interesting. But I'm the kind of person, like, once you kind of can understand something, it helps. And so I like to help my clients with that as well. I feel like it's a release, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
hmm
Yeah.
I think it's interesting how the body, the DNA, can trap both trauma, but also like quote unquote positive things,
Yes.
gifts. You can
Yes.
for example, like I know for a fact that I can do what I do because everyone before me was able to do this. Like I had the last practicing psychic in my family would have been my great great grandfather, who I only just recently learned. I didn't grow up knowing that. I just recently learned that after I started working. But looking back at my family, I'm just like, oh yeah, my dad is a real psychic. Like they never, they do their stuff to block their gift out, and nor would they probably
Right.
accept it. But like if I'm looking like the things that they just knew they could just do, it's
Oh,
like, oh.
yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, because let's look at it, the glass half full, right?
Right.
I always joke that a lot of the clients that come to me for a psychic reading, that they already know, they already know they're just coming for validation.
Right.
Because, I find a lot of clients that come to me are very psychic and very intuitive. And then as you get into that, you find that they'll mention, oh yeah, that's my mom or my grandmother, or it's on my mom's side, now that they think about it. So I love that you brought up the part about gifts as well, because absolutely there are a lot
Yeah.
of gifts. I think intelligence, or um, I think even kindness, or a good heart, right? All of
Absolutely.
these things I think can be handed down from generation to generation.
I completely agree. Yeah. Beyond the spirituality,
Right.
the emotionality, the personality. Yeah. We inherit. Yeah, it's, I guess, like you say, glass half full. It's important to look at both sides. That we obviously have to look at the things that are less desirable, the things that we feel are painful or traumatic, because there's a lot of medicine in that seeing it. So we're like, oh, okay. So what I find a lot is that like someone might be going through something and they're taking this thing on as completely their own, and which is important to do, because you do have to own whatever is happening within your own body, because there's
Right.
purpose in it. But
Right.
also it helps the ego to understand that it
Yeah.
feels so heavy because you're carrying probably hundreds or thousands of years of this trauma, and it feels heavy because it's a lot, and a lot of people have handed this down to you. And it's also an honor that you get to solve for it after so much time.
Right. And absolutely, that's the other part of it. Once we recognize what it is, we can start to heal it, right? And separate it from ourselves a little bit, so that we can begin the healing process, so that we don't hand it down to our children or our children's children, even though I guess might be kind of late if we already have children, but
So I'm glad that you brought that up, because
okay.
I'm of the belief that when we do these things, it's that we heal in all directions, both forward and
Ah,
backwards. It's not just that we're solving for the people that come after us. We help people who have come before us as well as the people after us. So yeah.
Absolutely. I believe the same thing. I thank you. And that's going to be like, we're already done. This goes by so quickly, but that's a great note to leave on, that we can heal. And, it's always a work in progress and for our soul. So thank you so much for joining me tonight again, Maurice. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, look him up on Ancient Made Modern, and I will see you all next week. Good night.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. And look, today it's been a struggle. We've been sick on and off this whole winter, and it just feels like the last 6 weeks have been a blur. So I've got little one, our youngest, at home. And I realized that, especially coming on the show when we have our responsibilities and, we've committed to things, and it's nice to still be able to show up. So I am feeling a bit flat and a bit low, a little bit nasally, but on the better side of that. And I thought, you know what, I don't even know what I'm going to say today, but not every day has to be your best or your most inspirational. Not every day has to be filled with wisdom and hope and all the, best things in the world. Some days are really great in your PJs on the couch, which I would be if I wasn't here. But some days are really nice to just refresh, reset, and relax. And today's one of those days. So I will be going into a caller if anyone wants to call in and let us know. You'll be getting a reading. But I've also learned to, I guess I'm evolving as a person, and so is Soulfully Guided and people who support and follow us. And part of that is learning my growth and getting outside of my comfort zone, like our event that we've got tonight, which thank goodness Candace is hosting that. So if you want to buy tickets for that, that's at Finding Inner Peace Through Spiritual Exploration on Meetup. And But yeah, I'm learning to get outside of my comfort zone in my spirituality journey. And that involves tonight's past life regression, which I haven't really explored past lives. I focus on this life and current things that are going on in this current lifetime. So that'll be a bit exciting. But also learning how to trust myself more. And you'll find that's such a strong, important part of intuition, no matter whether you use intuition as a gut instinct to guide you in, everyday decisions, or whether you're using it as a professional, guiding readings and spiritual connections with people and energy connections in order to give them really good advice. So, so let's see when we get into that caller, but, it's an incredible journey learning what you're capable of, learning who you are and how to be that person in a public setting, and even when you're feeling flat. So there are times that, you have to do readings and things like that, because you can't just choose what days you're going to be sick or what days you're going to be well and pre-book yourself on those days. But, today's a flat day, and I'm putting myself out there to test how we can go and get comfortable publicly as well, because that's all part of the thing as well. So, and let's see, we have Barbara from Albany in New York. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Hi, Barbara. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
That's good. Now, I'd love to do a tarot reading for you today. Is there any questions you'd like to ask while we have you here, or would you like a general read?
I think a general read would be great. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. I absolutely love general reads. I think they're really open to what needs to be said without putting limitations or expectations on them. So, awesome choice. So let's see while we connect with you. Okay. Barbara. Just connect with you. So please have a general reading. Barbara. Yeah. Advice and guidance, please.
Okay, thank you.
And let's check this. Let's move my lemon water to get my throat good. So more advice and guidance. Okay. Okay. And an outcome if we take this advice. All right, so I've put a few cards, and what we're looking at is, ultimately, I'll start with the outcome card and just say, in order for things to stop cycling around, and I'm going to tell you what I felt intuitively, I'm going to get myself out of my comfort zone and tell you what I actually really felt. So, and I don't mind if it is incorrect or if I'm off. That is it, I'm continuously evolving, so that's not about my priority. It's about you getting the quality information and a connection and a good experience with good advice. So looking at the outcome, I'm thinking in order to shift forward, we really need a different mindset that is in favor of you and what you want, without being so flexible to everyone's needs. So yes, you can hear what others have to say, but you don't have to be there and just be everything to everyone, leaving yourself short. So unless we sort of go into that aspect of things, and that is outside of your comfort zone, but not impossible. It might sound impossible, but we've got some advice here that will help sort of, charge that into perspective and into action. So if we don't do this, we're sort of got the same cycle going on, and it sort of defeats the purpose, with all due respect, of your actions and your goodness, because you're wearing yourself thin. So when I connected you, thank you so much. And I don't usually start with an outcome card, but I think it's really important to say, how amazing you are. And, you're feeling trapped, but there's a way out. But unless we make those small shifts, and I'm not expecting you to go off and do miraculous things overnight and be a whole completely different person. We just want you to be yourself, but serve yourself first. And that takes time. So don't go away thinking, oh my God, this is what I need to do by tomorrow. It's actually breaking patterns, breaking cycles, breaking beliefs. And that will take time. That will take challenges. That will get you out of your comfort zone. And the rewards don't come till later, because it's all that icky stuff of, what we do when we have to get out of our comfort zone.
Yeah.
When I
Thank you. This is
connected
exactly what I need.
Sorry?
No, this is exactly what I need. Thank you so much.
No, you're very welcome. And when I connected with you, I felt a bit warm and almost like a sense of peace and tranquility on the it's I don't want to make a definition out of it of my own experience. I want to look, the way I interpreted it is you're at the better side of a really challenging situation. You've made a decision, but then you're sort of going back on it, and then you're not putting yourself first, but you're stressing less, but at the same time your doubt is making you stress more, and you're getting sleepless nights. You're physically exhausted and drained, and something's got to change, but you're not sure how to make that change.
Yes.
Does that make
Absolutely.
sense?
Yes, and that's what I've been battling with, and I am coming off of something huge and seeing clearly now. And yes, I realize I have to make definitely huge shifts in my life. I do need a change.
And the only really challenging part I'm seeing, and this is not in, people will notice in a lot of my readings, I don't focus on words like toxic or dark or, it takes a lot for me to see that. And the statistical combination of having those cards is really slim, but it does happen. But here I see you as putting, I want to ask you, are you a mum as well of 2 children?
Yep, absolutely. Yep, I have 2 children. I'm a mom.
Yep. So your priorities is with them at the moment. Is the challenge of going through relating to them as well something about not for them, but something about that will affect them?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and thank you for allowing me to be so comfortable to use parts of my gifts that are evolving that I'm a bit still shy to share publicly. So thank you. Look,
thank you.
You are an amazing mum. Whatever you do, your priorities are there for your children. That is the center of your focus. But right now, you're wearing yourself thin with time and how much time you give. We can't remove the time we give to our children, but also you love everyone and you care for everyone. And it makes you feel stuck, because when it comes to choices, you think of what is in everyone else's best interest, like you do as a mum. And that traps you into a mindset that you're there serving everyone. But what about yourself? There's a part of you, a child in you that's begging to get out and have fun and enjoy yourself. You have a spark in you. You have a beautiful personality, and the universe is on your side. Get in touch with your emotions. Get in touch with what you want and what you feel, and make that the essence, because whatever you do for yourself, your children will naturally be a priority. So please be very selfish with your time, and I probably use the wrong word. Be very thoughtful who you give your time to, and how much of yourself you give, because you want to unstuck yourself. Get yourself in a healthy, good sleeping routine and something to cut that anxiety before you go to bed that causes you trouble sleeping. And you don't have to go rushing into decisions. If someone asks you something, first you take time to think about it. And once you've thought about it, you make your decision. I have a radio show. If you Google YouTube, December the 7th, I think it is, we talked about wrinkles, worry, and stress. I'd love you to watch that, and that'll give you another 15 minutes on how to combat it.
Awesome. Thank you.
How do you feel?
Good. Very good. I did have one question for you. When you're trying to process your emotions, I know we've been hearing a lot lately, like you have to let go. How do you let go of of just the icky stuff?
So, look, I'd love to answer that. Our time has run out and our show has run out. I would love to answer that. Would you like to visit me at Soulfully Guided, either on Facebook or Meetup? And I would love to give you a proper answer on that, not just a rushed, let's get this show over with. I want to give you a real answer and a relevant answer. Would you like to reach out to me in Soulfully Guided? And I can do that, preferably Facebook.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Tea with Marie, with Antoinette Marie. Antoinette Marie. Live from AntoinetteMarie.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Tea with Marie
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my show, Soul Tea with Marie. I am so happy to be with you tonight. I have a returning special guest. I'm so excited to have her back. I loved having her on, and she is gracious enough to come back for Lionsgate. But first, I just want to remind everyone that I have a website, Soul Tea with Marie. I am also on Instagram, on Facebook, and if you would like to book a reading with me for Intuitive, which is about your life, past trauma. I really deal with a lot of past trauma, twin flames, soulmates, geared more to twin flames, but absolutely soulmates, and of course, medium readings with your loved ones. Or I also do, if you want to get in contact with your spirit guides, angels, ancestors, I also do that, past regression as well. So, all right, so let me reintroduce my lovely friend, Denise with Lulu, which is her crystal that she channels. So please let everyone know, just to reintroduce yourself, because some people may not have seen the first show. What do you do? Tell us.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Denise. I am a spiritual transformation coach and energy healer. And also I channel crystal energy. And this is Lulu Rose Quartz. And you'll be hearing channel messages from her in a little bit.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you. So what I want to do today is talk about Lionsgate a little bit. I know the first time she gave us a overall reading, but with Lionsgate, I mean, obviously it'll be a reading as well, but that's more about courage and healing, especially with Leo season and Sirius being the brightest star. So the energy is really, well, honestly, it feels heavy. I don't know how you feel, but there's so much movement going on with people. Their whole lives are changing. And it's just not one aspect. It seems to be with relationships and careers. And I'm hearing a lot of different people talk about that. Are you getting the same thing, or?
I am. Actually, on the 8th, I was feeling kind of like really heavy in my body and a bit achy too. Like my joints were achy, my back was achy, my shoulders.
Back to the gym, just to get on the treadmill, just to get moving, or go hiking, go walking every night. Just get out. We need to get some exercise. We need to get you moving. And I'm fairly active, but it's more of let's let's take you to the next level where you're really able to connect to your higher self and your guides, but you need to get that blood moving now. It's time. Like, and it's ringing in my ears now. And I'm like, okay, okay. And same thing with the diet. It's like, drink more water, eat cleaner, and not to lose weight or anything, just to, so that I can connect easier and clear to the other side in different ways.
Yeah, and all of those things are gently guiding us to raise our vibration to a higher level so that we can be a better match to the higher frequencies that are continuously streaming in. So that's another like big piece to this as well. With the physical body, like even if it's gentle movements like yin yoga or just light stretching. I have personally been doing qigong, and that really helps to move the energy circuits up and down the body. And even like if you're good at visualization, you can visualize energy moving up and down your body. That helps as well.
Nice, nice. Do you have any other messages before we move on to the channeling?
I might have a few. Yes, so deepening of psychic gifts. So for me, I've noticed my intuition, my psychic gifts have been like elevating, like slowly but surely, and like seeing like little blips of light, like at the corner of my eyes here and there. I've had that before, and sometimes it'll go away, but now it's back again. It's nothing medical or anything like that. It's just, my gifts, like seeing beings, in like little color form. So that's coming back very prevalently. Even when I close my eyes, I can like, see like little blips of light here and there. And yes, energetic upgrades. Like everything is being upgraded. Like even things that you may not pay that much attention to, it's like coming into the forefront now. Like you were saying, your diet and, get to the gym. It might seem little, but on a big scale for the physical body, it's a really big shift. So we want to pay attention to the messages that we're getting, the messages that our body is giving us. So if we need more rest, get more rest. If we need to move a little bit more, do that. Just take a loving awareness approach with that. Don't push yourself, take it easy, drink more water. Just cover the basics.
Right, right. I agree. I noticed that even with my own abilities, I can see in my mind's eye, I can see different beings on the other side, not just loved ones. But I notice now even angels are coming through. And they came through before, but now they're really being more interactive with me. And I'm also starting to see things at the corner of my eye. I'm like, oh, no, there's nothing there. Oh. And I'm like, okay, I think I'm actually starting to really see things now, which I used to when I was a kid. But as I've gotten older, it gets a little scary. So you close that off. But I've asked to have that ability again. And over the past month, it's really coming to the forefront. Last night I was visiting a friend and we were standing outside and I just kept like, I know she must have thought I was a little kooky, but I'm like, I know there's something moving here. I can see it. There's nothing there. Anyway.
Yeah. And it's coming through. You asked for it and it's being delivered. So expect it.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm ready. Let's go. Maybe.
And definitely with the angels, angel energy is landing. What's the word? It's landing in a way that's more noticeable to us. And even if you weren't aware of it before, you might be seeing little signs and synchronicities. You might be seeing pictures of angels like on a magazine or on TV. You might seeing little feathers here and there just randomly. Or if you're in tune with the energy, you just might be feeling a lot more angelic presence around you. So there are definitely light beings here with us, supporting us and helping us to raise our vibration so we can handle all the new things that are coming in for us.
I agree. It's almost as though the angels want to make their presence known now. Where before they were here, we knew they were here. We knew that, we have our guardian angel and we have different angels, but now as we move into, I guess, the age of Aquarius, they're ready to step into the light even more so and make their presence known. That's what that's what I'm getting. That's what
Yeah.
seems to be transferring to me. Transmuting.
And that's because we as a collective are taking a step forward to that. We are opening up our awareness on many different levels. And the closer that we get to them, the closer that they get to us. And so we start opening all of these channels, all our psychic gifts and our third eye, and we start seeing and experiencing all these things that were there before, but now it's more prevalent, it's more active, it's more readily available, if you will, to us.
Absolutely. And I think more people are going to come into their own gifts. Even those that don't believe, it's almost as though they don't really have a choice anymore as the time moves on, even in this year, as the days move on, things are being revealed, even with aliens, the government saying, hey, yeah, they're here. It's here. It's really hard to turn a blind eye on what's actually out there.
Yeah, and now's the time. Humanity has hit a level of readiness for this type of energy and certain types of beings. Definitely aliens, dragons, unicorns, fairies, and other
The
beings.
elemental.
Yes, exactly. So we're ready. As a collective, we are ready, and they are answering the call. They are showing up to us in ways that we can relate to, we can understand. And it's not just, it's only for books or it's only for Hollywood movies. No, they are around and they've been here. This is nothing new. It might be new to the individual, but
And I think it's new to Western civilization to believe in it. You go to Ireland and they believe in fairies. They believe in all of this stuff. They see it. We're here, the little people. But in, say, America, oh, no.
Yeah, I have a friend who lives in Scotland and she's originally from Ireland and she channels witch energy.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's
Bridget.
definitely a thing, that the different cultures believe in certain beings, and now they are definitely stepping forth and being channeled through all different types of people. And now's the time. It's exciting, golden time for opportunities.
I agree. So I know you have more messages, but a half an hour goes really fast. We only have like 10 minutes left, believe it or not. So I want to make sure that Lulu is channeled and whatever messages she wants to say for Lionsgate, I am open to, and hopefully anyone that's listening is open to. So I'm going to let you take the floor, and when you're ready,
okay.
Go ahead.
Greetings to all who have come to listen today. Thank you for being here to listen and receive the message of love. I, Lulu Rose Quartz, am transmitting the energy of unconditional love to everyone who is watching now and who will watch later. All you have to do is be in a place of receptivity. It is very easy to receive the desires, the wishes, the wants that you've been asking for. With this new energy that is upon humanity right now, it is waking up humanity. It is bringing in massive shifts and changes and awareness that has been hidden for many years, decades, millennia. But now, riding on the back of the golden frequency of the Lion's Gate, you can receive what you've been asking for. Golden opportunities abound all around. With the alignment of the Lion's Gate, the energy does not just go away because the date has passed. It lingers. It can strengthen when you take hold of it. Just because the date has passed doesn't mean you've missed your opportunity. The energy will answer to your call. Manifestation is abounding right now. You have not missed out on anything. Love is always here. Love is always open to you. But you have to receive it. You can always ask for love to stream down on you, to stream through you, to stream through your words, your actions. With every breath you take, every heartbeat, every step on Mother Earth, you can call in love to surround you. You can call in love to help your fellow neighbors. The heart, the chakra, is upgrading. Even though things are in chaos in certain areas of the world, the elements, such as water, such as fire, are taking on a role of cleansing out the old, doing away with what no longer serves. It may seem harsh, it may seem cruel, Mother Nature knows exactly what to do. The elements know exactly what their job is at this time. Your patience is being asked for. Only good things will come from leaving the old, depleting the energies that no longer serve. Allow them to be depleted. You can let them go. Roots can grow under concrete, and shoots can grow up and break open the concrete. It may seem impossible, but it is not. Newness abounds everywhere. You can ask for awareness to see it. If you feel hopeless, know that a simple shift in your thoughts can change everything. There are cycles to everything, and this is not to be forgotten. Cycles have ups and cycles have downs, but it is all a process. It is safe to trust the process. It is safe to let go. It is safe to heal. It is safe to allow love in. Thank you.
Thank you. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Hmm.
And I picked a card. I want to share it super quick because I know, it's not very much time. So our ancient future. And this is pretty much sums up like a lot of the things that I was talking about. And this is from the Beyond Lemuria Oracle deck with DNA activations and light frequency streaming in and activations coming forth. And I wanted to share that with the collective here. So yeah, confirmation, and it's a golden time.
It is. It is. So we are down to our last minute or two. And I want to make sure that anybody that wants to see more of your work. So you have, by the way, my cat is going crazy after that reading. I mean, she is spinning and spinning on the floor here. She will not leave me alone. It's amazing how they pick up on the energy. The other one is just laying there, but this one, she goes wild for it. But where can we find you?
So everything, you can find my work at denisealamo.com. And specifically for this show and the 88 Lions Gate, I created a DNA activation sound bath, which is on my SoundCloud account. And super easy, just go to denisealamo.com. I have the SoundCloud icon on there. Just click on that and you can instantly download that free DNA activation.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Do you teach any courses or is there any other channeling that we can hear?
In the process.
Okay.
I have a few things in the works.
Good. Because I know a lot of people would love to hear your messages, her messages, Lulu's messages. Like I said, I get texts and DMs of when you're coming back. So I know people would love to hear them. So, but thank you. I just want to say thank you for coming on the show. Hopefully you will be back with more messages. I would love to ask Lulu about love and healing and what's in store for 2024 and the age of Aquarius. But everyone else that is watching, thank you so much for joining us. And I will see you next week with another guest, or I may be doing readings next week. I'm not sure. So, but thank you so much. And thank you again, Denise and Lulu, for coming on.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my show. I'm coming to you live from Tennessee in the United States, and I am so glad to be here. It is our Reset Wednesday, so let's take a nice breath. Let's breathe in through our nose. Oh, yeah, and out through our mouth. Do that one more time. Let's breathe in and breathe out. As you breathe in, just breathe in peace and consciousness and compassion and love and spirituality and everything that feels great. And as you exhale, just let go. Let go of everything that's been holding on to you, aggravating you, making you feel out of balance. And just know that as you breathe in, you're breathing in love and light and healing and all these beautiful, beautiful vibrations that are raising you up higher. They're healing you. They're taking you to that higher plane where you can connect with your guides and you can communicate and you can hear the spirits talk to you and you get clear communication so you don't get, duped or fooled into anything that you don't want to join into. And as you exhale, just let it go. Oh, it's better. I feel better. You feel better? So tonight, I just wanted to really talk about things of spirit because a lot of people have been talking to me lately, and they're calling me and telling me they're hearing voices. These are just people like you and me. They're not on psych meds or anything, and they're really concerned. Some of them are very tuned in, and they know who they are, and they know their gifts. And others are hearing things in the middle of the night that are concerning them. Some people are getting messages concerning what's going on in the world, especially the fires in Hawaii. And I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. And we all really should be raising the vibration for those good people. They're our fellow brothers and sisters, and we need to really raise our vibration to help these people through this awful ordeal. And we also need to ask for protection. They're under attack, and we need to raise the vibration, ask for the angels of the highest caliber to come in and protect these people, protect their homes, protect their lands, and help them hold on to what is theirs. This land is rightfully theirs, and they should not be pushed the way they are being. And if you are on the same vibration as me, you know exactly what I'm saying. And if you're not, call me and we can talk about it. But let's just be aware of what's happening out there and understand that right now there seems to be more spirits on the planet. I'm sure my fellow psychics and mediums out there would agree with this. People are waking up. They're waking up fast, and they're coming into their gifts very quickly, and it's shocking to their systems. And as a person that went through this, I'd love to share that we all have guides. We all have our own spirit guides, and we have amazing beings around us all the time who want to help us and encourage us and help us be, conscious of their energies around us and to also help awaken us. Unfortunately, we don't seem to have the time to awaken as slowly as we used to. This isn't the season of love, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Those days have passed. It's time to wake up, and it's time to get serious. We're under spiritual warfare, and if you don't know that, you will soon. And it's really time that we join together. So I brought this up in another call at one time, and I talk about how important it is to be aware and conscious of what's going on so that you don't feel like you're aimlessly wandering out, in the ethers out here. So when I feel these things are happening to me, I always put my hand on my heart and I ask. And as I've mentioned before, if you're hearing voices, you're seeing things, you're learning things, you have to, you have to, um, you have to make sure that you're communicating with the right forces, because like there's light beings, there's dark beings, and you probably are aware of this. So if it feels scary, if it feels uncomfortable or dark in any fashion, this is not of the light, and you need to walk away from that, push that aside. When you feel the Holy Spirit, when you feel guides and angels communicating with you, it is a love like no other. And I don't know if you're married, if you have children, if you have pets, whatever it is, wherever you find that love in your life, this love is known as agape. And it's not something I can describe to you. It's not something I don't think anyone can describe to you except to say that you know it. It's a feeling makes you want to go home. It's like you've been homesick, you've been gone a long time, and all you want to do is return. And we're not allowed to return yet. We got to get there, you know. So what we do is we ask for guidance and we call on the angels, we call on the Holy Spirit, God, Jesus, Buddha, you know, we call on our highest source and we ask to be taught how to handle these vibrations and this information that's coming through. We also should ask how to just be on this planet and serve at the highest level that we can from the healthiest place that we can. For me, and I teach this, as you know, most of you know, I teach fasting. I teach water fasting. I teach dry fasting. I teach proper nutrition. I teach how to release addictions, regardless of what it is. I help people clear dark spirits from themselves, their homes, their properties. And it's imperative right now that we're in balance. So for me, when I start feeling out of sorts, I go to my lemon water always, and I drink lemon water and I get grounded. And then if I need to, other than drinking water, I do nothing. I drink nothing. I put nothing in my body for 24 hours and allow my body to just assimilate and process and digest whatever it needs to. And while I'm doing that, no matter if I'm working, I'm in the garden, I'm at work, I'm with clients, no matter what it is, I'm always praying in the back of my mind and I'm asking for guidance. And recently I had a guide come to me, back to me, that I haven't spoken with in some years. And for the first time, I can announce his name is Screaming Eagle. And he came in very strong. He came into me this morning when my husband and I were praying and sending white light to the people of Hawaii. And he came with a chant that he gave me years ago for healing. And the message that he gave me was the time is now, that we must return and we must have strength and we must stay strong. And the way to do that is to call on those that can support us, our ancestors, our angels, again, our guides, whoever that is for you. So that's my message tonight is we never walk alone. We never walk alone. We need to be aware at all times and have discernment of who we're communicating with and who's communicating with us. When we're in our dreams, we need to know if we're dreaming and take over the dream and have a lucid dream where we can control it. We can control the outcome of it. We're aware that we're dreaming, but we have the ability to focus in our dreams and shift whatever's happening within the dream, because oftentimes in the dream state is also what's happening in another realm. And we need to be aware of that. And the way to do that is to call on your guides and ask them to come with you and to be with you. If you don't understand this, please contact me. Starting next Wednesday after my show, every Wednesday night, my show is at 9:30 Central, United States, Tennessee time. At 10 o'clock, when my show is over, I'm going to be doing a Facebook Live, and I'll probably do that through September, I believe. At this point, that's what I'm being led to do. And it'll probably be a half hour, 45 minutes. It may go an hour. You're welcome to come in at any point in time. There'll be an ability to you to communicate with me after the show to get a reading or whatever you need to do, set an appointment, set a time. But this 28 minutes just isn't long enough. And the information I'm getting is incredible. Tonight, I'm going to take a caller, so it's going to cut me a little shorter. And I just feel it's very imperative to get this message out. And I hope everyone is getting this message from me straight from my heart, because it is coming from my heart. When Screaming Eagle came across this morning, he comes in as an eagle. He sounds as an eagle when he comes through, and then he has a human voice, and he speaks, and he's very clear on his message of health and healing. And the whole point of his message today was balance, that the people that are being attacked have been out of balance for some time, and it's the younger generation, and forgive me if this is your people, but it's the younger generation that's becoming duped and being confused. And I have children that are younger and grandchildren, and I'm not attacking anyone here, but they're losing the old ways. A lot of us at my age, I'm 57, have lost the old ways. We must return to those ways. We are the Rainbow Tribe, as the Hopi spoke about, and I believe that was in like the 1500s. And we will be the Rainbow Warriors, and that meaning red, brown, yellow, white, all the colors of the people that will come together from all faiths, from all walks, from all nations, and we will be the ones to stand to keep this balance, to bring us back to where we need to be. And it's imperative that we do so. And when he comes in, he's serious. And trust me, he's serious. And his chant is, it's soul reaching. When it comes to me, I have a very difficult time speaking, communicating. And I leave here, I go somewhere else, and I see things and I know things. And what I know right now, the governments are really pushing agendas. And whether you believe it or not, like I said, if you don't, you will soon. And these agendas must be contained. They must be contained for us to have our way of life back, because we've lost our way of life, whether a lot of people know it or not. Things are very different. This new world, new system of things, this isn't the world I want to live in. This is not the world I want kids to grow up in. This notion that people can take our children, hurt our children, medicate our children, ruin our waters, ruin our land. This is not proper. This is not right. And we have to stand up. And I'm calling on you all to do that. Stand up with me and just start by fasting for 24 hours with nothing but water. If you can do it without water, that's even better. And pray and talk and listen and write and journal and paint, however you got to do it. And step up, guys. Let's do this together. And know that as we're stepping up, it's the web, it's that internal web, that eternal web, and we're all interconnected. So what I'm doing is affecting you, what you're doing is affecting me, and we can raise this vibration up, guys. I read the book, I skipped to the end, I read the book. We win if we do what we need to do. And I know from talking to people and people reaching out to me that there are thousands upon thousands of people waking up right now. So let's be gentle with them if we're awake. Let's just be more gentle with them and let them know that we love them and we understand them. And let's walk them through this gently as we can, but not too gentle, because we gotta get this done. And so that's my message tonight. And if it's intense, I apologize for that, but it's burning in my soul that this needs to be done. So remember, drink your lemon water, do your best to not be medicated, not to be altered. It's so important that we're straight and aware and focused and grounded. If you don't know how to do these things, contact me. If you do know how to do these things, contact me and join me. Become part of my tribe and let me and mine help you grow, and y'all help us grow. This is a call. This is a true call out for all of us to come together and to get healthier. And if you're suffering in physical pain, hey, I got skills to help with that. And I couldn't get out of bed for years. I didn't sleep all night for 4 years. And I learned how to do these things through regression, hypnosis, Reiki, quantum touch, proper nutrition, just drinking water, just drinking good water and enough of it every 24 hours has been a tremendous change. I take no medication for any of the things that have challenged me. I do my best not to drink alcohol. I do once in a while. I don't take drugs. I take ibuprofen if I have to, and we talked about that before, because it's better to take something to cut down on the inflammation than to let the cortisol get out of control, because it damages every part of you, and we don't need that. So, let's let's do what we have to do, let's connect. So starting, like I said, next Wednesday after my show here on A1R, we're going to flip right over to Facebook Live. And when we get to Facebook Live, we'll go deeper into these topics. And I have experiences to share that are very important, about spirits, angelic and demonic. And I'd love to share these things with everyone so they understand that this is real and where we need to be. So I'm going to take my caller now. Hi, Mary. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you, Renee?
I'm great. I'm great. Thank you for calling. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I just wanted to know if there was anything that you could tell me for my my immediate future, maybe the next 5, 6 months.
Okay. Are you looking to you're looking to make a life change? I see three paths. Actually, I see it's it's a three-way path. You can go continue the way you're going, or you can go one way or the other. The off to the right, I see you going on like it's more like a spiritual journey because I see like a chapel, not really a church. It's maybe like an ashram, like a spiritual chapel, like a place where people go to worship and meditate and to center and come back. On the other path, I see you more into academics, like going to school. Are these things that you're looking into?
Um, Actually, yes. I just have a lot
Okay.
of balls up in the air right now. Sure. I mean, a lot of interest, a lot of thought, and I don't have direction right now.
Okay. Okay. As I'm saying that, I see you like kneeling down in front of this chapel. It, I'm not sure it's a physical place. I think it's a spiritual place, and I believe, and it's what I teach and what I talk about all the time and what I practice. It's about going within yourself. You have these answers, and it's time for you to step up your game and know your gifts and to go within yourself, Mary. You and your name's Mary. It's really interesting to me
Yeah.
because as I'm talking to you, it just came to me the chapel, the church, the whole it's a whole spiritual journey for you. And there can be education. You can bring that. I mean, you can get a degree in, so many things and theology or whatever it is that you're interested in. But it's like you hold these answers. I could tell you what to do, but that doesn't mean that that's what you should do. And if I was to guide you, I would tell you to go within and you need to spend time. I see on your knees, but not necessarily like on your knees, but you need to spend time in contemplation.
Okay. Is there any specific focus that I need to, you said something about
Nutrition.
gifts. I don't know. Nutrition?
I'm s-
Really?
yeah, nutrition.
Wow.
Yeah, as soon as
Okay.
you asked me that, that's what came up. Yeah, it's about nutrition, and everything's about nutrition, whether you know it or not, because we are what we eat, we are what we consume, we are all every color of the rainbow is within our food, and all those are our chakra colors, if you know about chakras, and that's what
Yeah.
feeds our chakras, and that's what balances our energy centers. So, are you aware of this?
Yeah. And it's really ironic. I mean, it's interesting that you're bringing this up because I am having digestional issues, and I've been going to gastroenterologist and nutritionist, and I've been like learning a lot about you know nutrition and what I'm eating and trying to change things around. And I've lost a bunch of weight recently because of some issues in that regard. So
Okay.
it is interesting that you bring
Well,
that
you
up.
you you have a lot of what you need. You're missing some pieces, and I do this with people too, of course, because my whole everything I do is around wellness. My name of my business is Full Circle Wellness U, YOU, because Full Circle Wellness is about mind, body, spirit. It's not just about losing weight or gaining weight or, your spirit. It's a whole, it's wholeness. It's the whole thing. It's the full circle coming back to who we really originally are. And again, I keep seeing you on your knees. It's like there's some things that you need to lay down, let go of. And when I saw the chapel at first, and I said it wasn't a church, but it's almost like coming back home, and it's like, I want to say like laying down your cross. You know what that means? Like when you've been heavy
Yeah,
laden and you're
yeah,
walking around with that big cross on your back. And I'm not saying necessarily
yeah.
religiously here, but you are spiritual. I feel that. I feel that. And there's been a lot of turmoil in your life around your spirituality is what I'm sensing. And it's like it's
Yeah.
time for you to lay that down because you're not guilty of anything. You're a child of the creator, you're a child of God, and you're perfect exactly as you are. Everything that's happened, everything you've done is exactly what was meant for you so that you could be who you are, so you can help others be who they need to be. And you have gifts. You have these gifts. You
That
do.
is awesome. This is perfect timing for me to hear this.
Okay.
And
Do
do you have any idea of what these gifts are, or is there anything that you pick up on? I mean, specific.
You're very intuitive and you're an empath. I think you feel what other people think and feel. And I think there's been times in your life where you almost are like, am I crazy? Because like you think you know what people are thinking about you.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you are. You're not crazy. You are an empath and you are intuitive, and you could very easily step into doing what I do very easily. This nutrition thing for you, it's not just about your health. It's about you coming full circle into who you really are. And you'll be doing, I'm going to say within 7 months, you're going to be doing a lot of what I'm doing. You
Okay.
are.
Wow.
And I would love you to start with, if you've ever listened to anything I say, start with drinking lemon water, room temperature, every morning before you do anything else. Don't eat. If you eat dinner at 8 o'clock, don't eat for at least 13 hours. And then when you
Okay.
do, eat like fruit, eat something light, and then just allow your body to have time to digest and digest. Breakfast is break fast. So you're breaking your fast
Right.
from the night before. And I learned about intermittent fasting not too long ago, a couple years ago, but I've always known. I've never really ate breakfast, and I got punished as a child for it because it's the most important meal of the day. No, it's not. Kellogg's came up with that actually. So no, it's not.
Right.
It's actually not the most important meal of the day. It is important whatever you feed yourself the first meal of the day. So for you, I get that you really need to eat electric, like really eat electric. And I'd love to help you with this. If you're interested, you can get in touch with me
Wow.
through Facebook or however you want to. I'm Full Circle Wellness U. I have a group on Facebook, and I also Full Circle Wellness, Renee Johnson, and I'd love to walk you through this. But you really need to eat electric because I keep seeing you again. You're on your knees and then you're like throwing down your cross because you don't need it. You don't have to feel shame or guilt or all these things that we do as humans. We put all this pressure on ourselves, and it's not necessary. And at the same time, you're out here asking all these people about your health, and what you need to do is turn within and slow down on what you're eating, take in less food, and then when you do, eat electric and you'll be electric. And you really will be electric. Trust me. There's nothing like it. The rage goes away, the anger goes away, the doubts go away, the suffering goes, the pain goes away. If you got joint pain and you stop eating as much and you go to eating fruit and live food, your pain just goes away. And coming from somebody who spent years in bed, this is my testimony, and your pain goes away. About 3 days on fruit and your pain just disappears. And it's absolutely incredible how fast you can shift, you know. Is there anything else that you
Wow.
want to ask me? We've got a few minutes left.
Is there anybody on the other side that has a message?
I see a woman with dark hair.
Okay.
I get the name Karen or Kathy, so with a K. Karen. Yeah. She says, just
That
keep
doesn't
doing
ring a
what you're
bell.
supposed to do. Well, this person is very strong with you. And I see her, this is my left side. I sense she's on your right side, but for some reason, I've got this hand up. And she's telling you to just do what you know you need to do. And just like I said, you
Okay.
already know what it is. You just have to accept that you're already whole and just keep doing the work
Okay.
and sit with
Great.
that. Write that name down, Karen or Kathy. It's with a K. She's got dark hair. She's probably about 5'8", maybe 5'9". She's taller than me. She's kind of slim. Great grandmother? Great grandmother. And on the right
Oh,
side, mother's side, great grandmother.
so there are some
But
camps.
I got to go back. I got to go back to this cross thing because it won't leave me alone. It literally looks like you've got this cross laying against you, and you just need to lay it down. And only you can do it. There's nobody that can buy it for you. Nobody can give it to you. You have to lay this cross down. It's just a burden, and it's not. It's really not even yours. You picked it up a long time ago. Oh Lord. Okay, from Karen. You picked this up a long time ago. You came in with it, but it's not yours.
Really?
It's not yours. That's
Hmm.
good news. It's not yours. It's real easy to step out
Okay.
of things when you realize you don't have to do it anymore. And I hope you get in touch with me. I
Okay.
really do. I'm gonna start running
Yeah.
my show Facebook Live after my Wednesday shows here on A1R at 10 o'clock Central Time in the United States. So if you want to come into that, you're welcome to. It's going to be very informative. We're going to talk a lot, especially starting out about the spiritual warfare that's going on, because so many people are contacting me and telling me about the things that are going on in their lives, and they're kind of worried. And I need them to know that they have protection, and you do too. So I'm going to let you go though,
Yeah.
because I'm about to. My
Thank
show's
you.
running out. I really enjoyed
I
talking to
appreciate
you,
it.
and I hope you got a lot out
Oh,
of it.
thank you very much. All righty. You have a good night.
Absolutely. You too. Call me
Bye-bye.
sometime. Take care. Wow, that was great, wasn't that? That was really wonderful. I love it when spirit comes across, and I love the images, full color images. It's great, you know. And you know, if you have these gifts and you're worried about hearing voices or whatever, ask them to come in a form that is comfortable for you. Your guides can come in. I believe Screaming Eagle comes into me because I'm very comfortable in the Native American path. I'm an animal communicator. I communicate with the animals greatly, and the birds are really big with me, eagles, hawks. And I feel, you know, that this is an angelic presence that comes through in a form. Years ago, I was much younger. I was very scared of the spirit world, and I didn't understand my gifts. And when he showed up, he came in, he just came in like just so gentle and so beautiful, and called me child. And it just felt, it's agape. It's that love. It's that deep love that, again, you can't describe until you have it. And we all can have it. So ask them to help you understand. Put your hand on your heart. If it feels ugly and dark, send it away. Tell it to go away. Call on the power of the white light. Call on Jesus Christ and tell him, in the name of Christ, I command you to leave me. And it has to go, and it will, and it will. And then go from there and call on the angels. Guys, I love you all. I pray you have a beautiful week. I can't wait to talk to y'all next week. And remember, next week after this show at 10 o'clock Central Time, hit me up on Facebook Live at Full Circle Wellness and Renee Johnson, and we can continue our talk on spirituality, angels, and demons. I love you all. Have a blessed night. And just remember, it's never too late to reset your week. Keep looking up and pray for our brothers and sisters in Hawaii, guys. Raise your vibration. Let's raise it up. I love y'all. Good night.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. And here we are in a sweltering mid-August night. My gosh, it's 72 degrees out there. What am I going to do? Wait a minute, what? Yeah, it's been weird here. It's been really cool, man. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. Gets any cooler, I'm going to go walking around saying "Daddy-o" and playing bongos. This happened. The summers have been pretty mild in the last few years here. I don't want to get into any political stuff about that, but the point is that even though that we had a few days where the temperature hit a little over 90. It always went down into the 70s at night, so it's livable, it's bearable, and I enjoy it, and I have no problem. And I'll tell you why. I have no problem with being hot in the summer, and I just don't like being cold in the winter. I mean, I crave warmth. I just don't want to be cold. I hate cold. When I was a little boy, we would go on vacation in August, the hottest time, and we'd go swimming in a beautiful lake upstate, and I'd come out shivering. I just don't like cold. But that said, the thing is, heat is a problem for a lot of people I know, because when they go to work or when they go shopping, they go visiting people, everything is air conditioned. You get on the subway, it's air conditioned. You get, that used to be one thing that we were sure of in New York, was that you'd sweat your head off in the subway. The buses are all air conditioned. Everything is air conditioned now. The school next door, I mean, I live right next to a high school. Now we get high schools, you remember, we all got the summer off and we'd go play. And that reason we got the summer off was for the same reason that the theater would close down in the summer. It's hot, but not anymore. You see, every window in the school building has an air conditioner in it now. Now, when you do that, you see, if you work all day in an air-conditioned office, or you ride the air-conditioned buses and subways, or even the taxis are air-conditioned, and then you go home and it's warm because you don't have an air conditioner on, that can really be a shocking and abrupt change, and it can be extremely uncomfortable. On the other hand, being essentially a hermit, I don't care if it's warm here. I mean, it's no big deal. It's not hot enough to make my candles droop. Now that sounds like a euphemism, I know, but it's not. Keep your minds out of the gutter. It's not. But there was a summer that was very bad, and the candles drooped. The candles, my candles just went down. But yeah, we've had a lot of hot times here. But as I've said before, I live in an ancient building. From the 19th century, and it was designed for cross ventilation, and that's what we've got, man, cross ventilation. But I can understand. See, there came a time years ago when we would put the air conditioning on. We used to be able to hold out to like July 4th without air conditioning, and then it would get brutal. But once you turn it on, you see, you can't stop. You have to keep it going. And I mean, I hear air conditioners going out the window. I can hear them in the backyard window, even when it's 72 degrees out. So, and I understand why, because we're accustomed to that. I personally don't like air conditioning, and I have no problem with being warm In the winter, in the summer, I have no problem with being a little cold in the winter, but I don't like cold. So I will have blankets and I will have all kinds of stuff going. You know, it's cold is more dangerous than heat apparently, but I don't like. Let me put it this way: I crave warmth. I do. I just crave warmth, and this is my time of year. Now we're rounding up into September, which is hurricane season, and that should be fun. That's another thing the news was wonderful with. Often I mention that the news will try to just spend all of its time scaring you. There's a headline in New York today that says, New York could, now I want you to remember that word, New York could be battered by 11 hurricanes this season. And then again, it could not, I suppose is what that implies. I spent many, many years in the news business. I was about to say news racket, but I'm too genteel for that. I spent many years in the news dodge, and let me tell you something. You can ignore any story with the word could in the headline. Just don't bother with it, because that's designed just to scare you. Now, speaking of scared, I wanted to commemorate something that I'm glad to be here. I missed a few shows because I was ill, but in 2013, after I'd been doing the show for like a year and a half, and speaking of air conditioning, right, in late July of 2013, I started shivering. It was very cold, and I asked my wife if she would be so kind as to turn down the air conditioning, and she informed me that the air conditioning wasn't on. And I was freezing, and the air conditioning wasn't on. So we checked my temperature. We got the good old thermometer out, and I was running a temperature north of 103. And we immediately hied our little selves off to the hospital, which began a very bizarre odyssey that found me in the hospital at least a week. It might have been 2 weeks. I know, but they put me in a room. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. They were angry with me. That's the one thing. My faith in the medical sciences started to break down at that point when one doctor yelled at me, "You're not presenting properly." I'm sitting there dying. I'm throwing up at every move. I've got 103 fever. I don't know what's going on. And they never did find out exactly what happened, except that I had picked up an infection. A couple of weeks earlier, I had kidney stone surgery, routine surgery. Don't even, every time I hear routine surgery, the only thing that could go wrong went wrong. Something wasn't sterilized properly, and I got sick. I picked up a bacteriological infection. To this day, they don't know what it was, but they gave up on me. They absolutely gave up on me. They put me in a room where everybody went to die. There was a nice young nurse there. She was obviously in the beginning of her nurse career, and she couldn't hack it. She went crazy. She started screaming because everyone in that room died. And then they would just replace them with somebody else who died. And I was in that room, right? Hooked up to machinery that was beeping and playing video games and all that. And I had this bizarre notion that I wasn't going to die. I wasn't quite ready for that. So I did, I marshaled my mental energy, which is important. This is one of the reasons that it's a mistake, I think, for humans not to learn the skill of meditating, because it's a very difficult thing. And it's easy to give up on meditating. When you meditate, you try to clear your mind, and your mind doesn't like to be cleared. Your mind is going to rebel. Your mind is going to attack you. Aleister Crowley wrote a whole diary of his working on trying to meditate, and he would make a notation in it every time he lost his concentration. He called it a break. And he had more breaks every moment, every few minutes, until he started having fewer and fewer breaks, and then he knew he had mastered the meditation when there were no breaks. Well, I haven't mastered it myself, but at that point, I had a motivation, which is I didn't want to die. So I marshaled my strength and my meditation, and I took control of my breathing, and I took control of my respiration. And then I think, to the shock of the people there, I started playing games with the machine that I was hooked up to. It was just doing this beep, beep, and the little thing was moving up and down. It was, like the sonar in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea or something. And I started to play games with it. I started to make it move the way I wanted it to move. And one nurse knew what I was doing and came over and gave me that, caught with your hand in the cookie jar look, and said, "You're playing around with us, aren't you? But I know you're sick, so what are you doing?" And I just said, I am keeping my mind busy so that I don't die like everybody else in this room. They were just wheeling them out, man. Yeah, they were literally wheeling them out and wheeling new ones in. You know what that does to your mind when they stick you in a room where you're supposed to die? I mean, right then and there, many people would just give up. But I didn't. I couldn't. I wasn't ready to. I'd only been doing this show for a year and a half at that time, and I wouldn't be here now to talk to you if I had given up. And there were, I pulled through that. They had to stick something in my arm to run a tube into my heart to feed me a certain kind of antibiotic, which they lovingly called the drug of final resort. You love hearing that kind of stuff. Couldn't they just be a little more upbeat, a little more positive? But they did that, and that was, I've talked about that before, and I may even have that in my website. I know I have it in one of my books. It's a very uncomfortable procedure where they stick this thing up your arm and run it into your heart. And I said to there were two doctors, they were doing this, and I said, "Would it help you any if I just went to sleep?" And they started laughing. Said, "Trust me, you're not going to go to sleep." I said, "Okay." And next thing I know, they were waking me up and saying, "How did you do that? How did you do that? I've been doing this for 25 years. Nobody's ever fallen asleep while we do this. This is painful and uncomfortable. What did you do?" And I explained to them it was just a matter of mind power. And I mentioned my book, Bending Spoons with the Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, although I think I left the bending spoons part out because, scientists don't like that. It bothers them. So I just simply said, I wrote a book about mind power, and you didn't want me in your way while you were doing this, so I went to sleep, And they said, "This is amazing. This could be a big breakthrough. We have to discuss this with you." Now, of course, that was 10 years ago this week, and I have not heard from them. You know that they weren't going to talk to me. They didn't care. They were just shocked that something out of the ordinary happened, and within 45 minutes of walking out of the room, they convinced themselves that it was their imagination, I'm sure. But the point that I'm trying to make is I did some heavy-duty reflecting, there's a good word, reflectioning on life, because they stuck me in a room where they expected me to die. They had told my wife that I was going to die. I mean, everybody was prepared for me to be dead. This was 10 years ago this week. And I fooled them, I hope. Could you imagine? What if I did die? Ooh, that's eerie. That's creepy. And then I'm just a ghost. But I know I'm not a ghost because I stubbed my toe the other day. And brother, that hurt. So, you see, the thing is, I'm making my way gently to this point, which is, don't let other people, whether it be the news or doctors or friends, don't let them put ideas in your head that you don't want. Don't let them put ideas in your head that you reject. Because even the slightest bit of doubt, even the slightest bit of questioning at the wrong time can kill you. Now, that's not to say you must never question things. Of course you question things. You question things all the time, especially authority, folks. Think for yourself and question authority. And if they get angry that you're questioning authority, so what? But don't, they made, see, what they did for me to help me in my moment of illness was they thought that the best thing they could do was to make me very comfortable while I died. Now think about that. While I died, and then they stuck me in a room. I mean, you have no idea what that was like, to be in a room where, you can't even get into a conversation with somebody because they're gone. People were just dying and getting wheeled out and new ones coming in. Families were crying and grieving and then leaving, and then new families came in and then new people. They all just died. I don't even want to go into the smell of that room. But you've got to develop your mind. This is something that people don't do, and this is something that's worth doing. Now, there are a few books. I mentioned that book, Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. That will help you. My book will help you to organize the way you structure your mind. It's not going to tell you what to think. It's not going to tell you how to think. It's going to tell you how to use your mind. That's all. That's all I mean. You want to go to mojoacademy.org and you can look up that book and you'll see a short video clip there of me using my mind to make something move. No trick photography, nothing like that at all. You just take a look at it. And if you don't believe me, when you see it, send me an email and I'll talk to you about it and tell you how the whole thing, I could go to the details of that because you can do it too. You can do it too. I showed my wife how to do that. She made something move too. And she told a friend of hers, she said, you can't do that. You see how people are? You can't do that. You can't do that. Of course you can do that. Our mind is more powerful than you know. Now, in conjunction with that, there's another book, a wonderful book that is a forgotten book from the 1940s, maybe late 30s, early 40s, which has been reissued by Mojo Academy Publishing, Mojo Brothers Press, which I think is worth a look. It's called You Can Live Forever. Now, this is not about spending the rest of your life in eternity here. It's a philosophical thing about what we leave behind. But I do think that if I were to recommend two books, as I reflect back on this experience from 10 years ago, and I'm so glad that I didn't croak, because then I wouldn't be here with you today. I'm so glad. Just the two points I learned was don't let anybody stick. You see, remember, I told you the doctor was mad at me because I wasn't being ill the way she wanted me to be ill. You're not presenting properly, she said. And I was, the onus is on me. I'm supposed to read medical books and know how I'm supposed to be. I'm dying, for God's sake. Stop that, lady. That's what I thought, but out loud, I just ignored her. So there was no out loud. Don't let people put these ideas into your head. Just don't. Okay. Now, you know what I'm talking about because you've all had people, you've had ideas and somebody threw damp water on them. Damp water. What kind of a redundancy is it? Well, I guess it could have been ice cubes, but somebody threw water on your idea, let's say. No, just stick to it. If it's a wrong thing for you, you'll know it. But there's no reason to walk around with other people's ideas ruling your life. And certainly if they expect you to die, I hope that you do your best to disappoint them. We're all going to do it anyway, but you don't want to do it to make somebody else's schedule look good. Could you imagine that? Being so malleable that, we need this bed. Could you kind of hurry up and just cease respiration? No. So that's good. So the two books I would recommend are, and you'll find them at mojoacademy.org, are Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, and You Can Live Forever. And that's a fascinating book. That is a very interesting philosophical take. Now, it's from a religious point of view of a religion to which I do not adhere, but I understand, you see. Because all religions, to me, there's a validity in there. I explain it thusly, always have. I'm in New York, you're in California, and we want to meet in Wyoming. I head west, you head east. We are walking in opposite directions, but we're going to end up in the same place. So you see, that's the way it goes. There are different methods of getting to the same place. And so take a look at these books. I think you'll find them very helpful. And if you get them, you'll see this at mojoacademy.org where the books are listed. If you get them through, you can get them through Amazon, but they cost more. I do them through Amazon because that's how people prefer to buy them, believe it or not, but you can get it for less money at mojoacademy.org, and you can get 15% off by using the code WELCOME15. You'll find all that there at that website. You check out code WELCOME15. So you'll save money and you'll maybe get some advice. that's the best I can do. I don't tell people what to think. I don't tell people how to think. I never even use the tarot cards to tell people what to do. Regular listeners will know that. So I just wanted to mark this anniversary of my. First of all, I'm stubborn, so I didn't die. You know, wouldn't you feel the same way? Somebody took it for granted that you were going to drop dead any minute now, and they're watching you, waiting to change the linen. You know, no. That's rude. And so, no, I didn't do it. I did not die. And I missed a bunch of shows back then, but I was still here. Don't let them talk you to death. You ever hear that expression? No, the guy just talked me to death. Well, that's what some doctors can do. There's the thing called placebo, which is, you can find something about that at my website, magic-works.com. But there's also a less common thing, the opposite. It's called nocebo. That's what the doctors have called it. And it comes from a doctor who unfortunately diagnosed terminal throat cancer in a man. And of course, the man went home and dutifully wasted away and died. Then at the autopsy, the doctor wanted to study the tumor, and he found there was nothing. He had no throat cancer. He had nothing wrong with him. The doctor talked him into dying, and they call that nocebo because people can literally talk you to death. So it's very important that you firm up your own mind power. You get strong, and part of that is meditation because that increases the way your mind works. The mind power is infinite, folks. You can move things with your mind. I am telling you this. I've done it. I've got a raw video. I didn't edit it. I did nothing, showing me do it. And I want you to see that too. So now keep those in mind. Those two books, You Can Live Forever and Bending Spoons with Your Mind, or Other Miracles of Mind Power. So let's get to the readings now. I'm just so happy to celebrate 10th anniversary of not being dead. that I went a little overboard here, but we'll make up for that with some really good readings. How's that? I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now and declare a sacred space. And now we're going to take the first call from probably the most poetic thing I've ever said being on this show, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hi, Dawn. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just sounds beautiful, you know? It just sounds like, makes me just want to go, you know? I mean, I keep hearing now I'm hearing Jolson singing, nothing can be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning, you know? So, but Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Boy, that just sounds refreshing. So, especially when you live in a canyon like I do. So what can I look at for you tonight, Dawn?
Well, I am calling regarding a very, I'm calling about a person. Would you like their name?
No, it's not necessary if you don't want to.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The person's name is Mark, and
Okay.
we have known each other for almost 5 years, albeit long distance.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very intense connection that appears to have gotten more intense this year after. Anyway, I just wanted to know if you could give me any enlightenment, because it's complex, but it's powerful.
Okay. Have you had a face-to-face meeting in person yet?
No, but there is a possibility in December, but because of it being somewhat of a, it's like when you meet some people, they can be people that mirror you, and it could be someone that holds a mirror to you, be someone that helps you grow and evolve, and you trigger each other, and it makes it more difficult, but all the more meaningful. And so it's not easy, but it's more meaningful. And that's what I need help with.
Well, what I've got here they're very interesting cards, but they're kind of up and down, you know. I got the Page of Cups. That's about a new relationship. That's a relationship that's it's in its not in its formative stages. It's completed. It's beyond that. It's like it's real. It's here now. The devil card is here. Now that's not bad, okay? That's not one of those, it's not an evil card. I know that the movies use that card about evilness. What that is that it
More
says
about
that
transformation, isn't it?
well, it's dealing with a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who's usually the center of attention, and they don't necessarily seek the center of attention. Some people just draw that. You know what I mean?
Oh,
The only warning here is not. If I mean, again, because there's so much mythology around devil, right? But in the tarot scheme of things, it shows two people chained to the block on which the devil in the card is sitting. And that means to be careful that you don't give over your whole life to that person. That you don't subsume your needs only in favor of that person, because these are very powerful people. They can be very profitable to be around and very gratifying in many ways. You know what I'm talking. I'm not talking about evil here. I'm talking about an overwhelming feeling that you have when you're with the person, that you can lose yourself, and you probably don't want to lose yourself. Am I right?
Absolutely. You want to enhance each other.
Yeah. So just be that's just there. So this is telling me that the relationship is here. There is a real thing between you. That this is a very compelling person. This is a person who you find is extremely attractive in many ways. That's not about looks, even, only that.
No, not at all.
There are people like that. There just are people like that. You'll hear people saying, I'd walk to the ends of the earth for that person. It's like that. There are some people who have that ability with people, and they have a responsibility not to abuse that. The next card is the Moon, which is a card of intuition and unconsciousness, in terms of the other levels of the mind. And this is telling me that you should be very clear about your feelings. And it may speak to you in dreams also. I don't get that card very often. It's an interesting card. And by the way, I've got 5 cards here, and 3 of them are
little
nature
insight.
cards.
We are both enamored by the moon. Just letting
Oh,
you,
good.
just letting you know.
Okay. That's fascinating that would come in. And then the
But
next
I also
card.
know that it's about, your hidden self as well.
The next is the Lovers, the card. Now that's another card that has been ruined by movies. The Lovers card signifies sometimes it's just face value. It's about romance. Mostly it's about a choice. It's about, you're going to be facing a choice in this, which is a choice between, in its bluntest terms, the card represents choice between the sacred and the profane. You're not, but it never really works out that black and white. I mean, let's face it, if there was a choice that was that easy to make, we wouldn't even be needing cards. We could do these things. But it just says that there's going to be a point where you're going to have to make a decision about this relationship. The only advice I can give you is the next card is the 3 of Cups, which is cups again are romance. Cups are about emotions. See, this is bracketed by the Page of Cups and the 3 of Cups. So the cards are responding to what you're asking, which is about romance. The 3 of Cups is the Ramani description of that is generally the completion of a matter in fulfillment and in plenty. Sometimes it refers to something happening because of friends, through people you know. But the thing is, 3s are completion. Now, what this is telling me is that you're going to be making a choice about this relationship. This isn't going to be too much help to you, except it's going to be reassuring. Let me put it that way. I see that whatever choice that you do make will be the right choice. Okay?
I don't feel it's my choice at this point.
Well, that's the part of the devil card, which is the person is overwhelming in a sense. You know what I mean? It can feel like you're compelled to do these things. And again, it doesn't mean you're being drawn into evil. You know what I mean? It's just
Oh, I know that.
and if that's what you want to do, yeah, but all I'm saying is that the Lover's card indicates a choice in the offing, and that from what I see, you're going to make the right choice. So if you're concerned about making a mistake, I'd say don't be too concerned about that. Trust your inner intuition, which is the moon, right? But right now, you've been in contact with a very, I don't want to say, you see, it's hard to find a word that I don't want to take it as a negative thing, an overwhelming person. And that's not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? It can be a glorious thing.
Well, if I could add to my query, I don't know if he's going to be able to open his heart enough to finally let me in.
Well,
and
there you
give
go.
this a chance.
That's what you're going to have to decide about, I'll bet. You have to make a decision about where you're going to go and what you're willing to accept and what you're willing to not have, or what or that you may have everything, right? But you need more experience with the person. But what I see is the choice you make is going to be okay. You're going to be, see here, I've got the 10 of Cups. It's a card of cups again. You see, it's a card of happiness. Whatever way this turns out, you're going to be okay. You're going to come out all right. All right. You have to figure out what you want, what you're willing to pay for it in that sense. Everything has a cost, right? Or it's all benefit. Whichever way you look at it, the decision that you're going to have to make is if you keep this going after you spend some time as people together. That would be, then you'll get the answer to your question. Will he be able to open up and let you in? Okay?
Okay.
But please understand that what I'm saying here, although it doesn't sound particularly helpful, I guess, is that you're not going to make the wrong choice.
Like I said, I don't feel like it's my choice at this point. He's dealing with a lot, and
Right.
a relationship that's been pretty much over for a year.
Mhm.
And it's about me permeating his heart.
Well,
and that's what I guess I wanted
I guess
to
the
know
choice is whether or not you want to continue. Again, I
I
just shuffled
don't
them up.
care to do it with anybody else.
Well, I have the Ace of Cups here. Again, you're getting cup cards, so the cards are responding. This tells me that you have a big heart, and the Temperance card is here. So what you're looking for is the balance. Temperance is about balance. Right now, you feel that the relationship is not quite balanced. Am I correct?
It ebbs and flows. It's like we takes like 3 steps forward, 1 step back. you know.
Well, you're working through all that. These long distance things can be very difficult, right? This is that's part of the price we pay for the modern communications. But I do see. Let me put it this way: I see nothing but happiness in your future. I see the sun. I see the 10 of Cups. I see all kinds of happy stuff here. Balance, which is the Temperance card. So that's what's telling me is that you will be able to allow this to develop and see where it goes, and you will make the right decision for you.
I know I will, but I don't know if he will.
Well, that would be his concern at that point, wouldn't it? See, let me put it this way. I have another card here that's telling me this. You're at a point of change right now.
Mm-hmm.
This card indicates that one part of your life may be coming to an end and another part is beginning.
Hope so.
And yeah, well, the question then is this going to be with this person or without? And
right.
and you have conflicting feelings. I have the Chariot here. That's a person who's holding two conflicting feelings on course and trying to get it moving. But I have faith that you can get it done and do what's best for you. Here, I got it again, the 10 of Cups. The cards are still saying that this is what's going on, but there is happiness in your future. You will make the right decision, okay?
So nothing showing how he truly feels about me.
All I'm seeing now is you.
Thank you, Reverend Elliot.
Okay, so just hang in there and see what develops and see how you feel and see where it's going. Um, the only thing I see about him is, as I said, you're dealing with a powerful, attractive person who can do a lot with you and for you, and the question is, how far will that go, right? That's really the question with all relationships. But you happen to have be involved with somebody who is extra special that way. You know what I mean? So see where it goes. I'm getting the same cards over and over again now. This is odd because there's a lot of cards in the deck, and now I've got the Lovers again. That's the card of making a choice. So when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. Okay, I wish I could be more specific, but at least I don't see your life going down the drain. You know what I mean? I see good things coming your way. All right?
I hope so. Thank you so much for your time and energy.
Good luck to you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We look through the magical window of the tarot cards. There I am shuffling them up. And we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern Time on the Ask One Radio Network. You can check out magic-works.com to see 106 pages of the things that I do. My new popular post there, if you look at the alchemy post, I've got oh man, talk about it. See, magic is practical. I know magic is not this woo-woo kind of thing in the sky. And so you look at my page on alchemy and you'll see what I mean, because I include very practical things there. One of the practical things is there was an article recently in the paper on how very expensive pasta sauce is in a jar now. Jarred spaghetti sauce can run $9-10. I show you how to make your own for under $1. You can find that at the alchemy page. Under $1, and you won't know the difference between that and store-bought or homemade, for that matter, because it will be homemade. Cheryl in Medicine Hat, Alberta, is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry
I'm
to be
glad I
abrupt.
got on tonight.
How are you doing tonight, Cheryl?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Yeah. And how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a little chatty today, though, for some reason. I guess.
Oh, that's all right.
I guess that's pretty good if it's radio, right? So, what can I look at for you? What can we look at tonight?
Oh, it just seems like everything in my life is kind of all up in the air, and I could sure use some guidance. So maybe just a general reading.
Okay. Well, let's see. First of all, this might be helpful to you. Is the Seven of Rods. That is a person who is capable of sweeping away all opposition and dealing with all problems. So you're very good at that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good to know. The Nine of Coins is here. Now, this is a person who is comfortable being alone. It doesn't mean that you're lonely. It doesn't mean that you're a hermit. It just means that you don't have to be around people all the time, that you're at peace with yourself. That's good. The High Priestess card is here. That is a person who has depths that see behind what's the veil, you see, depths that lead to the more important things in life. And it's almost a mystical quality. So that's very good too. I'm getting good stuff here from you. Now I have the Ace of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune, and then are you looking for new work?
No, I hope to retire in a couple of years. But
okay, well that's the best job there is, right? You know.
I'm looking for a little more financial stability, security.
Yeah. See, that's why I was asking, because the Ace of Coins is about a new stream of money coming in.
Oh.
And the Knight of Coins is before that, though, there's the Wheel of Fortune, which says that the conditions now are going to change in your life, and that's followed by the Knight of Coins. See, that's why I asked about money, and when I see money like that coming in, it usually means looking for new work. The Knight of Coins, it also means a new income stream is coming in. Now, the next card you mentioned retirement, and that's fascinating because the next card is the death card, which doesn't mean dying. That's too many movies have ruined that card. That means
Right.
the end
Yeah.
of the end of one period of your life and the beginning of another. So that's what you're planning for, is the new period in your life. And the Ten of Cups is here, which is a card of great happiness and joy, and that tells me that you're gonna be very well prepared for that. So the main concern I'm seeing with this new phase of your life that you're going to be entering is financial.
Mm-hmm.
And I do see that you're going to come up with some other ways of making money, of getting more in terms of having more income. The strength card is here too, so you're very determined, and a person who has strength. Oh, and here's the Six of Rods. That's about success and triumph. This is very happy reading. It's telling me that financially you're going to get what you want.
Wow.
And as this new period of as this new period of your life commences, you will be prepared for it, and you'll do well.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it sure does.
Good.
It just
So-
gives me a little boost of confidence and kind of eases things a bit.
Well, that's that's one of the important things that these cards do, is that it can show you whether you're on the right track or not. But according to this, you see that when you mentioned retiring, and I'd already had the card, the death card, about one phase of life ending and another one beginning. Now, the reason, of course, that the cards don't really go into predicting death is because that's always there in our future. The further away, the better, usually, But
Yeah.
I've been reading for years and years and years, and only one time did I ever see anything that looked remotely like imminent, disastrous death, and that's that was just once. But it turned out that it was about somebody else. So I didn't want to talk to the person on the air about that. I said the cards. I got to talk to you privately about this, and it turned out that it involved a child who was murdered. But generally, but that's for all the other cards that were around it. Generally, in this case, it's perfectly it fits perfectly with what you said, that you're going to retire, and that's a wonderful new phase in life. And there you go. And the money is what's on your mind about this, but happiness is there too.
Yeah.
So
could the
I
death
think
card also be like the end of a marriage as well? There's issues there.
It's the end of one phase. If you were specifically asking me about a marriage, there are other cards that directly relate to relationships and things like that. But overall, it really just means that the end of one period of life and the beginning of another.
Right. Yeah.
So it's possible, but did you want to look at a relationship specifically?
Yeah, maybe a couple cards on that. That'd be great.
Okay. Because according to this, you're going to do fine. You're going to cause that change that you want. That's going to lead to more money coming in, and you'll be prepared and happy. Okay, here we go. Not happy stuff here though. This is the Nine of Swords. Is a card of great pain and sorrow. Has there been pain and sorrow in the marriage?
For many years already. Yes.
Okay, that is easily the saddest card in the deck. The next is the Judgment. The Judgment card is about rebirth, and the Death card is there next. You see, you asked me about that, and here it is. It could mean that this is coming to an end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is too.
And here's the Wheel of Fortune, which is about things changing.
Mm-hmm.
After the Wheel of Fortune is the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and contentedness. So, wow, this is pretty heavy duty. I'm surprised that, you asked me if the Death card could mean that, and there's that card. It's right next to the Judgment card, too. So as this happens, it's going to lead to a rebirth for you also, and a new phase in life for you.
That's right. Where I'm going to get my joy back and peace. And not that I don't have that now. I have wonderful family and friends.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Yeah.
The Nine of Swords is about sorrow and sadness, and you don't want to continue with that. You know, why not? Why
No.
should you, right? I mean, you know, there's times when we have to suffer through something, and there's other times when we, do what we have to not. And it's,
Mhm.
and it looks to me like the judgment card means, you're going to blow that horn and be reborn and the death card means that the new phase of life begins. The wheel of fortune means that the situation is going to change, and the four of rods is about happiness. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So you got
It is.
three major cards in there too. So it's about an important issue in your life.
Yeah.
Things are going to be good for you.
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight.
My pleasure.
Mhm.
Call again some other time.
I sure will.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle them up. See, that's fascinating. This is what I mean. But some people believe the tarot cards are alive. Alive, literally alive. So the question is, could that card also refer to the marriage? And then I read about the marriage, and there's that card. Unreal, huh? I've been doing this for 10,000 years, it feels sometimes, but I never take these cards for granted. Deborah in Delaware is next. Hi, Deborah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
Great. What can I look at for you?
Well, I want to take a look at finances.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Well, the first card I've got is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of joy and enjoyment and satisfaction and happiness, followed by the Ace of Coins, which is a new source of money coming in. That's a good one, for finances. The Wheel of Fortune, I get that a lot today. That the situation, whatever situation you're in now, is going to be changing. Oh, the Six of Coins. The Six of Coins is a card of philanthropy. The Six of Coins is a card about getting money, about somebody laying some cash on you here. Now, that could be a gift or it could be work. There's money coming your way there. And the more important card to me is
I'm
the
selling
Ace.
some properties.
Oh, boy, there you go. You're going to do all right with that, according to this. My favorite card here, though, is the Ace of Swords, because the Ace of Swords is about your mind is expanding. Your mind is growing. You're changing the way you think and see the world. Am I correct?
100%, Elliot. I have to.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
there it is. You're doing
Absolutely.
you're doing really well with that, according to this. And that's going to give you the things that you want. Let's see. Yeah, that's the Knight of Coins is here. The Two of Coins. Here's the Seven of Coins. All these coins. Yeah, money, right? It's coming. The money's coming. Yeah, you're surrounded. You're
I'm
surrounded by
auctioning
money. You're surrounded by money cards. So yeah, you're gonna do all right.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I'm auctioning off some properties and just, really trying to restructure my finances. And yeah, it's been a learning experience. So yeah, my whole outlook has changed.
Well, here's the Page of Coins again.
Hmm?
Here's the Page of Coins. That's the beginning of the actual appearance of money. So it's not like the Knight of Coins is theoretical. The page means it's here. So yeah, you're going to do all right, money-wise. And I get here. I shuffled up the cards, and here it is again: the Ace of Swords, and the Six of Coins. There's no doubt about it. There's money coming your way.
Yeah, thank God. Let me ask you now, because the ex-husband is coming home from jail. I really don't want him here with me, but he has no place else to go. How is that going to work out for me, Elliot?
Well, if you don't want that, is there anything you can do? Is there any legal actions you could take?
Oh, yeah, I will. It's just, I'm just going to help him get on his feet and everything like that. And, yeah, and then get senior citizen housing.
Well, you see, I've got the Two of Swords, which is about kind of like a situation that isn't going anywhere. It's like a stalemate situation. So be careful that it doesn't become something sticky, that you get stuck in. That's other than that, I mean, the cards I see looking into ahead for you, Four of Rods. I keep getting that today. It's happiness, happy home especially, and the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. Oh, do I have to tell you this again? The Six of Coins. It's the third time it's shown up when I shuffle the cards for you. That is the card that you take a look at it. Son. It shows a person handing out money. I mean, this is, there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to do well with these the sales, according to this. But with the situation you're talking about, it's like just a warning to just be careful that it doesn't become a situation you're stuck in.
Yeah, I've been stuck for 36 years, and I just want to be free. But I'm going to push him to. He's at the age where he can get senior citizen housing, his Social Security. So that's what I'm going to push him towards, for sure.
Well, I certainly
did
hope
my time.
I certainly hope he's doing better. I mean, obviously he's had a terrible experience, but and so have you. I just
yes.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. After the show, I'll light a white candle to send positive energy for both you and him, okay?
Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And you know something? That Ace of Swords is very important because your mind is changing and growing and expanding, and it's the beginning of new thoughts and ideas. And that's a very difficult time for a lot of people. I joke about it. You can always tell when you're growing as a person because you lose all your friends. So
absolutely, and I'm fine with that. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's the main thing. So hang in there, okay?
Okay,
but
thank you, Elliot.
You'll be
thank
doing
you so
fine.
Much.
One last card here again. The
you.
Ace of Coins. That's the appearance of money. You see, money's all around you. I should get to know you, right?
Oh, that's you.
Thanks for calling. I got to run.
Thank you, Elliot. Have a good evening. Okay, thank you. Okay,
bye now.
Okay, bye-bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Wow, interesting calls tonight, huh? That's really something. So remember now, I gave you that long talk about a couple of books that will be really good in terms of mind expanding, which would be Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. And You Can Live Forever is the subtitle of the book. It's called There Is No Death. You Can Live Forever. So those are philosophical and practical books at the same time. And I hope you maybe find something else that would be of help. We like to say at mojoacademy.org, there is a book here that will change your life. And they're not all books that I've written. There's a lot of them are books that were forgotten, neglected, or as Edgar Allan Poe once referred to them as quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore. And you can do that at mojoacademy.org. Magic-works.com, magic-works.com is my website with 106 pages of all kinds of information and free stuff and things to do and all of that. So I am going to bid farewell now and remind you once again that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, well, that's your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Hello, good evening and welcome. My name is Wendy McCallum. I am a psychic medium from Surrey in the UK, originally from Kilmarnock in Ayrshire. So my dad for the last few weeks has given me some fun facts about Kilmarnock, and this week he was telling me about BMK carpets. So BMK made quality Axminster carpets that were shipped all over the world. They were used on the Titanic. They're in Turnberry Hotel, which I believe Donald Trump owns, and they've been used everywhere. Marks and Spencer's, BHS, massive big names. So there you go. That's your fun fact for this week. Thank you, Daddy. Good evening. Well, I suppose you've probably noticed the energy's been a bit strange this week. Have you noticed? Because I don't know about you, but I've been feeling a little bit out of sorts. I've actually been feeling a bit spaced out, a bit not with it, and people will go, well, that's just you normally, Wendy, but seriously, though, I don't know whether you've noticed that the energy's just been a little bit blah, yeah. So I've noticed that a lot of people has been struggling and the energy feels a bit flat. I've done quite a few readings this week, and I feel that a lot of people are struggling with the same thing, so I thought I would kind of do a generalised thing on here, and the hope that it helps you kind of move forward with that. So it's almost like people are feeling a little bit stuck, a little bit blocked, as I say, a bit spaced out, not quite with it, not grounded really. Actually, a good crystal to help you with that would be hematite. So a hematite is really, really good for grounding and protection. Hematite helps dissolve negativity. It helps bring a bit of calmness, helps logical thinking, willpower, confidence, and it helps you to be brave. There's another good crystal as well, which I quite like to use when I'm feeling like this, is tourmaline, black tourmaline, and that helps with prosperity, inspiration, happiness, helping with self-confidence, and it helps reduce fear. It's just that I feel that a lot of people are really suffering with their confidence at the minute. They're really struggling to believe in themselves, and I feel that as I look back, I feel that energy, it's been really turbulent, really up and down, and then over the past few days I can feel a real good shift coming on, a much more positive energy coming in, a real good shift. Okay, and there was the strawberry moon the other night, which is also called the sister's moon, and the strawberry moon indicates time for change. Thank goodness. I think we've had enough stress, hardship. So the strawberry moon is great for balancing the emotions, managing the feelings, and it's often a very, very positive thing. Often depicts culmination, so something coming to a head, and release and endings of something. So there has to be